Good morning, everyone. We might get started with this meeting. So I'd like to open the Infrastructure, Environment and Compliance Standing Committee meeting and call for leave of absence or apologies. I'd like to note that Peter O'May, General Manager O'May, is away at the moment, and I'd also like to acknowledge Councillor Potter is online. So now the recognition of traditional owners. I might ask Deputy Mayor Jones to do that.
Thank you, Councillor Duff, for that. I'd just like to acknowledge the land of the people, the Waka Waka people, where we meet here today, and pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jones. I'd now like to ask if anyone has a declaration of interest. Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Chair. Just in relation to item 7.3, I'd just like to note I could have a perceived conflict of interest, being that Council by resolution had decided to include Staines Road upgrade in its capital works program for 23-24, and I own rural land on Staines Road in Benarkin. I do, however, after consulting with the CEO, believe that the adoption of our budget is considered ordinary business of council, and as I was not present or participated in any discussions relating to the Staines Road project, I feel comfortable that I can adopt the revised works capital program for 23-24 budget, being that the adoption of the budget is considered ordinary business of council. But I would, for the purposes of the perceived conflict, like to have it noted in the minutes and just declare it to my colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. So we'll just make a note of that, Mr. CEO. And so now we'll move on to the confirmation of minutes of the previous meeting. And that's at item 5.1. So would someone like to move that those minutes be confirmed?
Yep.
So Councillor Potter, someone to second that? Councillor Henson, any discussion? All those in favour? Against? Carried. So now we move on to item 6.1, but I would like to move a procedural motion that item 7.7 be dealt with at the same time as item 6.1. That's the Wandai Industrial Estate consultation session. So I'd like to move that. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Shoemaker. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So the item is the notice of motion, Wandai Industrial Estate Road Network, and I actually have the notice of motion. Council officers review the upgrade design plans for the Wandai Industrial Estate Road Network and provide a design and costing for Burrows Street to be made two-way heavy vehicle access and Kemp Street to be left as a one-way street, with a report to be brought back. And I'd just like to change that to the July Standing Committee meeting. So do I have a seconder for that motion?
Councillor Duff, are we going to review the item 7.7 first and then go to your notice of motion?
I'll just ask the CEO.
Was that the procedural motion that you just moved?
Yeah.
That they be dealt with at the same time.
Yeah. Well, you would have to deal with one resolution at a time. So whether you wanted to discuss the documents, because you effectively accelerated 7.7 up the list.
Yeah.
So it was why I took it, Councillor, if that wasn't the intent, I'm sorry.
Before we move the motion.
So 7.7 would be the report, and then you're moving your notice of motion as an alternative recommendation?
Yeah, okay. So
right?
That's correct. So do you want to just discuss the report?
So if we discuss the report, and then which the Standing Committee does allow the flexibility to have a quick discussion about the report prior to moving a resolution.
Okay, so I'm happy to do that. So we'll discuss the report. So I might hand over to General Manager Meehan or Manager James Darcy to give an update on the report. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning. Through the chair. So just in 7.7 there, we have our comments in relation to our public consultation, which we undertook in Wandai recently. Note the number of the councillors attended. We had, I believe, 3 representatives from the area out in the Wandai hall. James did a great job going through the design and costings with the community, and also we received some feedback there as well. We probably just note the third part of our paragraph there for council was around that feedback into making the estate partially two-way. Just checking with the councillor, we think we've got it around a different way to your resolution between Kemp and Burrow Street. Just probably chasing confirmation. James believes the two-way access was for Kemp Street, other way around.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
So the Kemp Street's the one that runs straight down. Yep, no, sorry, that is ran the wrong way.
Yep, no, that's okay.
Yep.
We just thought here's one we prepared earlier. So, so that's what we'd be looking to do is additional design work, and obviously some costings on that route would be the way forward there. Our intent was probably to do it through the financial year. We do believe we would struggle to turn that around between now and July. That would be a fairly diversion of our resources, but be guided by council whether if that becomes the higher priority for us.
Okay, so you just like to have it back to a report be brought back to when we're thinking just
We would be aiming probably for October, November. If we could go November, if we brought it forward, if the intent was to do it this financial year, that would be our aim to do it by November.
so the report be brought back to the November
November standing
standing committee.
meeting.
Yep. Okay. Are there any other questions, or have you completed your update? Manager Darcy, did you want to make some comments? No. Any questions?
We're happy with that, councillor.
Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Duff. Just, we've already spent an extensive amount of money on designing up the Wandai Industrial Estate to two-way, and it was my understanding that the costs were quite enormous, and for us to actually achieve that would be an enormous undertaking. It involved resuming land, realigning underground stormwater, potentially power, and also telecommunications would be impacted. My concern is we will be doing more. The way I understand this conversation, the request is to do more design work. And as I understood it, we were actually, after that meeting that we had in the Wandai Town Hall, which I did attend with some of my colleagues, the team were actually going to go back and meet with the resident or the business operators who were in attendance and discuss their issues and see if there were other ways we might be able to work out some solutions. I guess I'm apprehensive about spending more time, energy, money in terms of designing a concept that we may not actually move forward on. So I just want to understand from a council perspective, is this project, how do we understand if this project is highest priority need when we think about the work that we've actually already done? And in terms of that additional design work that's been requested here, can we not just take the design work that we've done to inform that, or would that be at an additional cost? So I really want to understand the design work component of this motion and this request, and also what works actually happened with those stakeholders since we met in the town hall. Is that a question?
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Manager Darcy, are you going to answer that question?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. Yes, absolutely correct. Yeah, we met with Parkside representative Rob Kurt, I think his name was, after the town hall meeting, and we went down and looked at his premise on North Street, and really just looked to analyse some of the car parking interests of Parkside down there, and some of their land management activities, and how looking to potentially transfer some of that off-street interest that they have in Parkside into an on-street format, and the associated cost with that. So it was around understanding from their point of view what they could do to achieve that, and trying to support and provide some guidance within reason as to what that looked like. But the discussions with Parkside, particularly around B doubles, were wholly and solely up in the town hall at the time. So this report was definitely communicated at the same level. There was no additional information provided on site in relation to that. So the B double redesign, the reasons for why there does need to be additional design work is around the fact that, and what I call our boundary conditions, which is our existing infrastructure and how we need to tie that into. So there's all these transitions of whether it's the roadworks or the drainage, the water main realignment, as you touched on. You made some really good examples there on what needs to be analysed and realigned in order to facilitate trying to get that width of road to support that type of vehicle. So whilst it may seem like it doesn't take a lot of time, it does take a lot of time, because we've essentially got to go and do the same amount of work or not the same amount of work, but a fair percentage of that work to recreate those transition points, and then to quantify and cost them as well. So whilst we've done a lot of good work already to help provide a platform of what we need to do this time, there's still time associated with doing that. Hope that clears the councillor's question.
So do you have any idea what that would cost?
Not at this point in time. I recall that it was in the vicinity of $4.5 million for both Burrows and Kemp Street, so it won't be above that.
No, I just mean the time it would take to actually to look at changing the design plans just to do the one way on that one street.
Yeah, so based on our current commitments, we wouldn't be looking to try and get onto this till probably October, just based on what we have in our program right now, and November is what we would aim for.
And is it a big job to actually change that design to just accommodate that one street rather than the two streets?
There is time associated with that, absolutely. It will take a bit of money and some time to facilitate that, there's no doubt.
Councillor Erkins?
Can I just ask, was that the subdivision originally, it was two-way traffic?
Ma'am, thank you. Yes, it was, that's correct. The original subdivision, I think, dated back to the early 1990s.
Okay, and so originally it wasn't designed but for B doubles?
That's correct, councillor.
So I just question those people who have set up businesses that are needing to have access with B double transport. Why did they go in there in the first place if there was no access for B doubles? And then why is it coming back onto council to have to rectify where they possibly should never have gone into that positions in the first place? Because it seems to me a huge amount of money to redesign that we've been spending, and to make that right for actually how many businesses, in the end.
Sorry, can I just answer that? Historically, there was a belief that was as of right for B doubles. There was no issue for years and years and years. When that industrial estate was there, all those businesses set up, there was no problems. This only came up when there was, I think it was probably, would it be 12 months ago? Be a bit longer than that, when there was an issue, a complaint put in about B doubles travelling on that road. Then it was all looked at, and then council got involved, and then everyone was everything was put on hold and we had to stop them from travelling along there because of the complaint, because then we realised it was non-compliant to the current standards. But originally, it was all fine until probably 18 months ago. And then once we realised there was an issue, then we've had to change it all to one way so that they're all compliant. And now that's caused all sorts of issues for the inspection station, the reason why the inspection station was put there was because of the ease of transport along Kemp Street. You just went straight down and in. Now they have to go around Burrow Street, and the turning is a problem for them. So that's why it's become an issue.
So can I also ask, how many businesses actually need to have access for B double?
Well, that inspection station, that's where the trucks go. There's when they do their to check that they're all compliant, the trucks go down there. So I'm not sure about the numbers, but it will be significant.
So basically, one business, we're talking $4.5 million to allow one business to have his customers come. Honestly, it would be cheaper for us to buy him something somewhere else than to make that compliant. It just seems to me that we're trying to change something that's not designed. Surely there are other options that we can look at, because I was under the impression that he actually only rents there anyway. So, maybe we could work with him to find an alternate location for him that is more cost effective for council and works better.
Thank you, Mayor Otto.
Thanks, Madam Chair. That's probably a good point, but what my understanding is that DTMR use that facility. I'm not sure what the commercial arrangement is between them and the owner of the premises where the inspection station is, but I do know that a number of B doubles do travel down there to go and have their inspections. And if we couldn't find a location that was on a B double as of right pathway, then they would technically have to go through the current pathway or decouple out on the road, on the highway. I guess I'm still a bit concerned around the impression that I'm getting here, General Manager Meehan, that this is going to be a costly exercise, significant resources. My understanding was, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that the $4.5 million was unit-based costings. Now, I could be wrong, but if it was unit-based costings, could we not simply extract the Kemp Street, including the right angle turn where the drainage issues are, those elements, and put those forward to council with minimal effort? But I could be on the wrong track, so happy to stand clarified. Thank you, GM.
Yeah, through the chair. Fully understand, Mr. Mayor. We've got a base estimate for the 4.5 million. My understanding is, I'll get James to comment, there would be some minor alterations required for that design, and then a costing could be done from there. I'm probably not talking $80,000 like the last cost, but I think the point James was, and I'll get him to make comment, is probably the case of being able to turn over some internal resources for a couple of weeks just to have a look at some of those issues that might be associated. So I'll just let James make comment if that's okay.
Yeah, Aaron's absolutely correct. It's not just a case of pro-rating, in all honesty. It's around the fact that Burrow Street would then stay as a one-way street as well, whereas the current design is based on a two-way profile. So there's respective realignments, the land resumption assumptions, like we were saying before, the telecommunications, some of the water, the transitions are different because the two-way might have allowed for some straight alignments, but if we were to keep it on a current alignment back at where the one-way is currently, all of a sudden we start to introduce bends and changes in angle on the different services that are there. Some of it may not even become relevant. It's around needing to do that analysis to see what that change in the boundary condition is and what that costs, or what it may be a saving based on the fact that it doesn't need to change. So there is an element of work of where that Burrows and Kemp Street interface is due to the change of what we've designed for the purpose of quantifying the 4.5 versus what the new value is, which we don't know yet. I'm hoping that helps answer the question, Mayor.
So, thank you. Councillor Erkins.
So can I just clarify, the place that they go to, do they go there just to have an inspection, or do they go there to have work done on their vehicle? And just, Mr. Mayor, when you said that they could decouple, does that mean they only have to take their actual truck up? They don't have to take their trailers? So we're talking $4.5 million against them. They could unhook their trailers and drive up there without them. I don't know. I don't really know what a B-double is. Is that correct? So they could unhook their trucks and go up there and have access. They could take trailers up, or he could drive down and have a look.
Yeah.
So Manager Darcy, would you like to answer that?
Yeah, thanks, through you, Chair. You're absolutely right. You could break it down, take the what's called the B trailer or the second trailer off, and drive them in as semi-trailer configurations, and then you do the swap between the A trailer and the B trailer. So you would need to go back to where you decoupled that second trailer, and then drop that first trailer off, pick up the second trailer, and then do the same movement a second time. So yes, you could do that, and that doesn't. Semi-trailers are as of right vehicles, so they don't necessarily need to be limited
Okay,
on
so
B-double networks.
So we could change that and make it two-way access, but no B-double access, and it would then be two-way. You just couldn't take your double trailers or whatever up there. It could then be, the only reason it's one way is because we have B-doubles accessing it. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councillor.
So therefore, we could say you can't take your two trailers up there. You've got to unhook them, take them one at a time, which would be, I can see, some time and effort and expense maybe to those drivers. However, I mean, it's their business and they're the ones that need to do that, rather than the whole of the region having to carry a huge expense. I mean, to me, it seems a pretty simple solution. You back to your two-way. You just can't take two trailers up there. You know?
May I suggest, sorry, that they'll probably lose the inspection station, because the reason why they had the inspection station was because of the ease of going down that road and straight into the inspection station. I don't think if they had to decouple that they would continue to have that. That was the risk, always the risk.
I understand that may be an issue that they have to look at and maybe work around, but I think it's their problem. I don't believe it is our problem. I think it is their problem. It's their business, and they need to come up with a solution that doesn't involve council paying 4.5 million or whatever. You know, it can be overcome without spending that money, councillor.
It can be over, but I'm just saying that was the risk, that they'll lose the inspection station. I mean, if you had to decouple, why would you use that place as a inspection station? Because you'll lose so much time. But it wasn't just about that one particular business. It was about all of that traffic, the big trucks having to go right along Bunya Avenue when they would all normally just go straight down Kemp Street. So it was more than just that one business. It was and I think that also Parkside had an issue with shifting their loader forklift. They had an issue as well. I think they were able to work around that, but there is certainly, at the moment, people are just using it both ways because it's a very wide road and they can't understand why you can't just go down there in any case. So I believe the feedback I'm getting is that it's not compliant at the moment in any case.
However, councillor, the reason that it has to be one way is because of one business who is able to work a solution around that. And, one of his solutions may be to relocate. He does rent down there. So that is an option for him to look at relocating, whether council, could help him come up with somewhere more suitable. But it seems that the other businesses, they're okay with it being two-way. If you take out the B doubles, it can go back to two-way, so it doesn't impact on other businesses. It's only that one business, and it's a matter of them going up with one trailer, not two trailers, for a big expense to the council or ratepayers.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Acting Madam Chair, yeah, just to clarify, Councillor Erkins, there is another transport company down the end of that road that operates as B doubles. So, and being in the transport industry, that I believe is the only inspection station in our South Burnett. The only other one, you have to go to the Western Downs. Now, when you book in trailer, you have to ring Transport Department and that gentleman and book your machinery trailers in on a tight time schedule. We know for a fact that if you want transport companies to decouple a B double and you're dealing with transport company and inspection stations and you have 4 trailers that need to be inspected today and you have to decouple them out on the highway somewhere to go in there, the amount of time that would take, you would halve the amount of traffic and the trailers that would get inspected that day. That would be fact, because even though it might think it's just a matter of winding the legs down and pull the pin, to go backwards and forwards and backwards and forwards with multiple amounts of trailers is seriously time consuming. And as I stated, there's another transport company down the end of that road that operates primary B doubles, carts a lot of freight within the South Burnett, massive carrier of peanuts within our region and from Bundaberg across. I can tell you now, he's not going to decouple to go down to his depot. Yeah, look, there's no easy fix and there's no cheap fix to that, that's for sure. But in the event of Kemp Street being two-way, they get access straight into the inspection station, and the transport company down the end of that would be able to go around there conveniently as well and keep them out of that, turning tight circles down Bunya Avenue and round Burrows Street. So, yeah, look, there's no easy, quick fix to this, but yeah, I understand your comments too, Councillor Erkins, but there's a bit more to it than that.
Thank you, Councillor Henson. Any more comments?
Yes, Councillor Duff, I do,
Oh,
Madam
sorry.
Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Potter.
Yeah, so I'm just looking at your notice of motion. So you've got the streets around the wrong way. Is that correct on your notice of motion?
Yes.
So Kemp Street.
Yes, we're changing it. It's costing for Kemp Street to be made two-way and Burrows Street to be left as a one-way.
Okay, so what happens at the other end of Burrows Street? So between Kemp on Burrows Street up to the end where I believe that transport person is, what happens with that last section of road?
Manager Darcy, would you like to comment on that one?
Yeah, through you, Chair. Yeah, we can certainly look at that as part of the design. The way the northeastern corner of Burrows Street is, it currently is two-way because it's a cul-de-sac. Essentially, it's their only way in and out. The traffic volumes are very, very low in that part of the estate, as well as the visibility is very good. So we've risk assessed that area based on the design, and we feel that needs to remain two-way, irrespective. Otherwise, they either can't access or they can't exit, which is not the outcome we want.
Thank you. Does that answer your question?
Just a question. Oh, yeah, it is. I just got another one. So with regards to that, the shed that they use for the inspections, when did that actually start? And did DTMR know that actually wasn't a BW route when they opened it?
So, General Manager Meehan.
Yeah, through the chair, I believe that it would be fair to say that some members of the estate probably were not aware that it was B double access. And I think this whole thing is pretty well started by some enforcement action was taken. The station is an approved station, but my understanding it's not actually run by DTMR transport inspectors, so it is a private facility. But I think, just for clarity, we've ended up in this space because there's probably a lack of awareness of whether it was B double right of way through there, and there's been enforcement action, which has got us to where we are today, essentially.
Okay.
Are you happy with that, Councillor Potter? So,
Yes,
Deputy
thank you, Madam Chair.
Deputy Mayor Jones.
Yeah, thanks, councillor. And you're 100% right. This council only got involved because there was a complaint put in from or about a B double going down there, and Councillor Henshins referred to it, and Councillor Potter, I think, was the one that brought it back, the concerns, and TMR. So when you say, did TMR know about it, TMR were the people that enforced the action upon that transport company. And this process has only come to light, and council's only been forced to get involved in it because of the complaint that was put in against, and it was never meant to be for B doubles. But Councillor Erkins made some good points, and to Councillor Henshins' comments around the time it would take to decouple and all that sort of stuff, he's 100% right. But keep in mind that we have trucks, B double trucks, forced to decouple at Geelong, bring all their product into Cupie and everywhere else in the town. So you talk about losing productivity. We lost a transport company that, and this is, just fact, just out the road here, because they couldn't get B double access in closer to the town, they've gone out of our regions. So this is an issue, and if you say let's decouple and take the trailers in one at a time, that's a pretty good solution. But we'd also keep in mind we would have to put a decoupling drop zone down for the trucks to get them in there close. So we'd have to create that. There's nowhere that could be safely put out on that highway coming into Wandai. So that would be a construction cost. You talk about reducing cost. Now, Kemp Street is the longest part of this whole design at $4.5 million. So that, don't think it's going to come in under 3, because that's the biggest part of it. So that Kemp Street and all that sort of stuff down there. And in my time of dealing down there, you're right, I only have one person continually ringing me and complaining. But the process, and I take Councillor Henshins' points, he knows the heavy vehicle industry and the agricultural industry better than anyone in this room, and the turning circles and all that, the tight corners. But those corners have been redesigned and rebuilt for the purpose of taking that heavy vehicle turning. So to get down to the far end, that industrial estate, going down that way, would take about a minute and a half extra in their time. The concern is with the transfer inspection or the transport inspection station is the people that are waiting to go in there are parking across other businesses' driveways waiting to go in. That's the concerns I get all the time. Now, we've spent a lot of money, but to be honest with you, I would actually support the notice of motion here to investigate the costs, just so that we know that we can go back to the businesses and say, okay, you want a two-way street down Kemp Street, I'll guarantee you it'll come back over 3 million, because it is the longest section of that whole design that's in there. Is there a possibility that intersection down there in front of that inspection station seems to be a major concern of people getting in and all that sort of stuff? And I know it's only part of the parcel, but is there a chance of widening? And that's where, I don't know who, Councillor Shoemaker might have said, the design, the drainage, all that sort of stuff. Is there other options? Because I do believe that we need to try and do something for these people down there, because Wandai Industrial Estate is one of the biggest industrial estates and the most proactive in the whole of the South Burnett. So they do need something of an outcome, but at $4.5 million, I can't spend that. But if we go and do this extra design and come back and say, well, okay, you want that two-way street, they're not going to accept the fact that we're going to have to spend $3 million plus. They've already said that at $4 million, absolutely ridiculous. So you take Burrows Street out, that little section of Burrows, I'm allowing $1.5 million for that, and I think I'm being generous. So it's not going to come back anything under 3. So that design is not going to be accepted by them, and we can't afford to do that at the minute. But the decoupling, a reasonably good suggestion, but keep in mind that if you say that you take one trailer in at a time, it's going to reduce productivity for all the businesses, but you're going to have to create a drop-off zone or breakdown zone for those trucks. So there is a lot in it, but I'd like to see the design come back just so that we can go to the people down there and say, okay, we've listened to you, blah, blah. Instead of 4.5, it's going to cost 3.
So Deputy Mayor Jones, you did mention a suggestion of maybe shifting the entrance there. Is that something that we could look at as part of the, this design, to have a second dot point to say, if that's something that I know you talked about just
Well,
tweaking it there.
I actually spoke to the gentleman down there the day we met in the industrial way back. And I think it might have been I think Councillor Henson might have been there as well. And I said to him, can we adjust your gates and all that? Because he's saying, oh, they can't swing in, they're going to take the gate posts out. Well, what if council was to work with you and try and shift your gateway and make it a bigger gateway to get in there? Because once they get down to that bottom end of that industrial estate, they only need Kemp Street to get out. So it's actually working quite well for B doubles that if they follow the procedure now, it is legal for them to take it in there. The only concern at this stage is that turning coming out of the far end where the two transport companies are and the access to old mate going in for his transfer inspections. So if they were able to get their trucks in easy, because that's their issue, and then he reckons he's got all these people lined up down there. You know, Councillor Henson said you've got to ring up and book in. And sometimes you get there early, but he's saying that he's got 8 and 10, 12 trucks lined up at one time. You know, there's something that tells me that maybe you should be sort of trying to reduce, you know, if you're having an issue, because I had a phone call the other day and I'm sure you other people have had a conversation with the gentleman there. He's ringing up and he's saying, oh, I nearly had a blue with his old mate, you know, because one truck was parked across the agitators or the concrete mix. So anyway, I'm happy to go forward with the new design just so that we can take it back. We know the actual numbers that we're going to say it, but I think my view is we can't afford to spend $3 million on there. We've got to try and work a solution with everybody down there. Happy to try and come to that solution, but how we get there, I don't know.
So, just been informed by the CEO that he's got to go. There's a staff function that he has to go to. So, are you happy to adjourn? Because I just would like to have a bit more of a conversation around this. So, I might ask if someone. I move that we adjourn the meeting. Someone to second that. Councillor Henson. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So we need to come back at. Well, we've got 10:15. We've got a presentation here, and is that correct, Mr. Mayor? So welcome back, everyone, to the Infrastructure, Environment and Compliance Standing Committee meeting. Are you online, Councillor Potter?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. So we'll commence now with the discussion on the... so I'd like to move a motion that we resume the meeting, seconded by Councillor Henson. All those in favour? Against? Carried.
Yes.
Thank you. So now we'll move back to the discussion on the Wandai Industrial Estate consultation session and the potential notice of motion. So we just left off with Deputy Mayor Jones making comments around. Did you want to continue that commentary, Deputy Mayor Jones?
Oh, excuse me, Madam Chair, but I have had my light on for some period of time and you haven't noticed.
Apologies, Mayor Otto. Sorry. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before we resume, I'd just like to, for those watching, to acknowledge, first of all, the fact that today we recognised some 10-year services award for our magnificent staff and congratulate our CEO on introducing these service awards throughout the organisation. Very committed people in this day and age. To have people who are doing 10, 20, 30, 40 years as employees of this organisation is magnificent. I'd like to formally recognise them through today's meeting. So thank you very much to the staff for that. And through your good grace, Madam Chair, I'd also like to make the community aware that we've enjoyed a morning tea and some time this morning with Mr. Len McNee from Wandai, who is, for Australians, a first recipient of the United States Congressional Medal of Honour for service in World War II in the Small Ships Brigade. And his story is absolutely one to behold that should be documented in the history of Australia's contribution to World War II. What an amazing story, what an amazing man. And I'd like to thank Len for providing us with 75th anniversary of the victory of World War II commemorative medallion. Mr. CEO, I think it would be wonderful if we could write a letter to Mr. McNee acknowledging his receipt of that award, of that very, very important recognition of the Congressional Medal of Honour on behalf of Council as one of our very, very treasured residents. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That is absolutely correct. It was a wonderful morning tea, and congratulations to the staff on the awards. And also, it was great to have, it was an honour to have Len and his family in the chamber with us this morning. So I'll now just hand back over to Deputy Mayor Jones, and we'll resume with the discussion on the Wondai Industrial Estate.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Before I start, I just want to clarify a comment I made before we went to morning tea, and that was in regards to B doubles having to decouple at Geelong. It's actually not B doubles, it's road trains. So I just want to clarify that so that no one throws rocks at me and picks me up on it and says that I don't know what I'm talking about. So other than that, look, we can sit here and talk about this all day. I think we all agree that we do need to find some sort of a resolution down there. And I'd just like to see that this notice of motion with the changes of you've changed it to Kemp Street. We investigate, and talking to the staff during the morning tea break, there's not a lot of work that needs to be done there technically, because most of it's been done and they just need to take in and add to or whatever. So it can be done reasonably economically. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we've done most of the work and it's just an adjustment of what we need to take out and all that sort of stuff. So I'd just like to see that move forward. And the comment that I made around the entry to the transport inspection station, I'd be more than happy to go down with yourself and Councillor Henson, both Bondi reps and staff, just to have a chat to see if there is a possibility to put another driveway in so that the trucks can get in and come out on the bottom side to go straight out onto that road. So yeah, I think we've spent a fair bit of time, and we'll just keep going round and round in circles if we don't move forward. Thank you.
So do we need to have that as a dot point, or do you want that that we meet with the inspection station owner and discuss that, or just leave that as it's just a given? What are you thinking? Did you want that as an additional dot point, Deputy Mayor Jones?
I think, Chair, that the staff possibly could use that in some sort of a design, just add it in, look at it, cost it up or whatever, and we could certainly, I'm more than happy to go down as a road portfolio with yourself and Councillor Henson to address that and have a chat and work with the staff.
General Manager Meehan?
Yeah, through you, the chair, we would be happy to note that and just do that as part of our design, have some consultation to follow that intent if that moves it on.
Thank you very much. I think we've had enough discussion on this. Is there anyone else final, just make a comment or anything? No, all good. So I'll just, I won't close. I'll just put forward the motion. So what we're going to do is we're going to combine the two, that we note the report. We're going to move them together, that we note the report, and that council officers review the upgrade design plans for the Wondai Industrial Estate Road network and provide a design and costing for Kemp Street to be made two-way, heavy vehicle access, and Burrows Street to be left as a one-way street, with a report to be brought back to the November Standing Committee meeting. So I'd like to move that motion. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Henson. I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Potter?
Yes.
All those against?
Yes.
Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Now we'll move on to item 7.1, which is the Infrastructure Planning, Works Construction and Maintenance Portfolio Report. So I'll hand over to Deputy Mayor Jones to deliver his report.
Thanks, Chair. And again, I'll present it as read. Due to we need to make up a bit of time. But look, everything that's in this report, if anyone is watching or anyone in the general public want to see something or where we're at with our programming, it's all available on our council website. just our current design and planning projects. We've got Alfred Street, Glendon Street, Jubilee Street, Markwell Street, River Road, Tesmans Road, North Street, Kent Street, Dutton Street, Markwell, all those sort of stuff there. So look, capital works programs, our patrol grading has had a little bit of a change to it due to the reaper works and inspections. So the changes are there for everyone to see on page 28 in the attachments. The roadside slashing, everything else is continuing. There's a few graphs there that you can see about the FYTD customer requests and applications and all that sort of stuff. Look, everything is there, but again, understanding that we have a huge amount, and it was close on $50 million that we're reporting and trying to get funding for as far as reaper works go. We've had a few other approvals, which was good news in the last couple of weeks. We're moving forward. And a lot of our time currently is taken up with the budget discussions and trying to put forward an operational and capital works program in the infrastructure program. And I believe that we may have some further discussions later in the agenda. But again, congratulations to the men and women, not just in the infrastructure, but right across the organisation for working under extreme circumstances in the last 12, 18 months and longer. For what they do, every single aspect of this council, the staff do the best they possibly can with what they've got. So congratulations to all. And I'd like to move that my infrastructure and planning works report for the month of June be accepted. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Do we have so you're moving that, Deputy Mayor Jones? So then someone to second that, Councillor Henshin. So do we have any questions or comments?
Yeah, thank you through you, Madam Chair. Just directed to Manager Meehan, if you don't mind. On the Manium Patrol grading, we have Glenlock Road there. Do we have a chainage on that? Happy to take that on, question on notice. Could I just make that comment? Glenlock Road runs actually right down to the Manium Creek, but just wondered what chainage we patrol grading on that road.
So, General Manager Meehan?
Yeah, through the chair, we'll just make a note. We'll just send the councillor through that information, take it on notice if that's okay. I know you probably want to know before the next month because we would have graded it by then.
No, that's perfectly right. There's other conversation I'll have in relation to that when you come back. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
So I have Mayor Otto.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just a couple of questions, if I could, through you, General Manager Meehan, through the Chair, sorry. So just on page 26 in the planning projects, we've got North Street, Kingaroy, identified there as being 70% complete. I've spoken before about, certainly I'm keen to see, the fact that I'm keen to see us progress that and if adopted in the 23-24 budget, have that work completed before Christmas 23 in advance of the start of the 2024 kindergarten year. So first question, is the design progressing? Are we likely, if adopted, to be in a position to be able to deliver that before Christmas this year, before the kindy kids start back in the new year? And second question, just over on page 30, Nords Road and Red Tank Road, just the formation grading there and some of the gravel top-ups noted there to be completed in May. Just wanted to confirm if those works have been completed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Would you like to comment, General Manager Meehan?
Yeah, through the chair. Yes, Mr. Mayor. So just in relation to Nords, they're underway at the moment, in progress. Manager Searles just informed me, so that's continuing. So that work will be continue and be completed. Just in relation to North Street, yes, that design is underway at the moment. So obviously subject to council's budget provision, which I think is going to, we've identified that for the next item for discussion in there. Subject to resourcing, we would endeavour to have that done before Christmas if that was the direction from council. So again, best efforts, provided we've got boots on the ground for it.
Thank you. I'd just like to ask a couple of questions. One is Silverleaf and Campbell's Road, they were due to be completed in May. Is that still on track or have they been completed? That was on page 27.
Yep, so that's our storm damage work, and so we've got a contract crew that are undertaking that work at the moment, and that's in a package that was released to market Stabilised Pavements Australia are undertaking that work.
Thank you. I just want to know, when we do our patrol grading, if there is a need to clean the table drains and diversion drains, is that being done as part of the program if there's an obvious need to do that?
Yeah, through the chair. So that would be looked at on a case-by-case basis. So the patrol grading generally won't, depending on what your class is clearing them, they will try to obviously clear the drainage where they can and possibly do that with the grader, but it still comes down to whether we would do that on a heavy formation grade. Noting our previous conversations with council, the need to, put more money into drainage if we need to send machines and backhoes and those sorts of things. So it would be down to resourcing and budget and priority essentially of what's available and whether that could actually be done by that machine. But they should be trying to clear that while they're there as best they can.
Yeah, no, that's good. No, thank you. I just wanted to ask a question about the slashing on the Diagua and Bunya Highway because just noticing that there's still around the guidepost and that there's still a lot of high grass and things like that. And I went to Kilcoy Races and had a look at the Somerset slashing, and it seems to be tidier around the guidepost. I'm just wondering, are they doing something different or just a question? Yes, what is our policy around slashing close to the guideposts?
In terms of slashing, we undertake poisoning around our guideposts, and even myself driving around have noticed that probably a lot of the weeds rather than grass is starting to take through where we have previously poisoned. So there will be a programming in due course to reapply that around guideposts and so forth. But I'm not familiar with the intimate details of what Somerset are actually doing. But for us, it's primarily poisoning around those obstacles.
Thank you for that. And as part of that, do we actually straighten the guideposts? Because you do see when you're driving along that a lot of the guideposts have sort of been flattened or crooked. Is that part of our works program?
That's correct. In terms of the RMPC, the state-controlled network, there are specific activities for guidepost straightening. So that is part of our contractual obligations.
Thank you for that feedback, because that's good. That's good to know. I just wanted to also know about the northern end of McAllister Street. Just a note that I put in a customer request months and months ago, and there's still 2 large potholes with big white circles around them. And I was talking to the president of the MBDA yesterday, and he just asked about the McAllister Street, those 2 large potholes. I just wanted to just make you aware of that, because I was going to actually follow up in any case.
Yeah, through the chair, if you could email through to myself and customer search as a CR update for that, and we'll have a look at that. I'm aware of those ones. Yeah.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Are there any other questions? Councillor Potter, sorry.
Yes, Madam Chair. Hi, listen, just seeing on page 30 with regards to First Avenue, Kingaroy, I see that the detailed design is 100% complete. I'm just wondering when we'll be actually seeing that through council, and when that's and if it is approved, when that would likely to be done, because I don't know about anyone else, but First Avenue is a highly used road, and it's probably one of the worst, I would think, in Kingaroy.
General Manager Meehan.
Yeah, through the chair, I believe we discussed at the last quarter review, I think it might have been the general in relation to that project. We're currently reviewing the design for that. It is I think it's a combination of LRCI, and it's also a Reaper section on there as well. That was one we identified, we believe would be an at-risk project for this financial year, and we'd be looking to finalise that design and come back to council with a further report to see if you wanted to add any additional money to it, similar to what we've done with Silverleaf and Campbell's, if there's any gaps in that. So we'd be hopeful that we'll, in July, August, unless I'm told differently, that we'd probably be in a position to report that to council and seek some direction to get that project underway.
So are you happy with that response, Councillor Potter?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess for the Chamber's interest or a conversation, I bring to your attention, and there you made mention of Nords Road and Red Tank Road. You would have heard me mention in here some 6 months ago about the proposed increase in traffic out in that neck of the woods because of some proposed renewables. I can assure you, Mr Mayor, the Boyne River Road, which by locals refer to as the Rifle Range Road, and Nords Road is like a highway. So the work done out there, it's a credit to the guys, and if you could pass that on, it's greatly appreciated by the community. But also, two more things. One, that work's now near on completion. Does our RACUS go and log that as to the completion of the work? And two, I say that because the amount of traffic that is out there now that's happening within that renewable scene is unbelievable, and I mean unbelievable, with what's happening out there. I pass them every morning, and the traffic that will use those two roads, as I commented 6 months ago in this chamber, will be seriously noted as the deterioration on those two road networks, and that's only two. So I just wanted to make mention of that in chambers today. Wonderful job done on those two roads. The traffic already out there with what's going on is unbelievable. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henson. Are there any other comments, questions? If not, we've had a mover and seconder to accept. Oh, sorry, Mayor Otto.
Just if I could just leave this with the management to have a look at these highways. Look, I do a lot of driving around the region, as you know, in the bunya between Mergen and Kingaroy and the DAG between Nanango and Blackbutt, Kingaroy and Blackbutt. If we could leave that, it's just perhaps something to leave with you. I can put CRs in on those, but yeah, I think there is a lot of overgrown vegetation on those roadsides. There is a lot of high grass, well over the 700 metres around the guidepost, which is obstructing the vision of the red reflectors on the left. And I know that we were spraying the Bunya Highway just recently. I think that's just been happening in recent days. But yeah, look, I too went to Kilcoy, and I'd be interested to find out what methodologies they're using down there, General Manager, because they seem to be maintaining a body of grass around the guidepost, which is mitigating the growth of weeds. And they seem to be straightening the guideposts as they're going through. So I've noticed that we've got a large number of guideposts that are bent over or pushed over. We've got a lot of growth around them. And I'm just wondering whether we could perhaps do a little bit of research on what their methodologies are down there and see whether there's anything we can learn from that, and maybe look at our process moving forward into next financial year. And probably keen to see that we could look to do something before the season breaks. If the season breaks in September, October, it'd be nice if we can get on top of the game there with our slashing before that happens on those key highways that bring a lot of traffic through our region. So happy just to leave that with the General Manager. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Did you want to make a comment, General Manager Meehan, or at this point?
Yeah, through the chair. So I'll happy to have a chat with our colleagues over on that side. We'll just note there the vegetation, and it'll probably be a discussion for TMR with their funding in July around trying to prioritise an early winter cleanup if possible in some of these areas.
Thank you. So now we've got the motion. It's that Councillor Jones's Infrastructure Planning Works Construction and Maintenance Portfolio Report to Council be received for information. Moved by Councillor Gavin Jones, seconded by Councillor Scott Henson. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. We're now moving on to 7.2 budget document and the office's recommendation that we, before we go to that, we'll just have, is that CEO Mark, is that, or Susan? General Manager Jarvis, if you'd like to speak to the budget document 23-24. Thank you.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. So this budget document here proposed is that we'll provide Council with a draft income statement, including our adopted capital works today for Council's information going forward, and any alteration that's based on what has been agreed to date. Any alterations to that budget will be provided or included in another draft for Council's consideration. So that will be dependent on the outcomes of some guidance, maybe from workshops this afternoon. So as it is now, the income statement that we're providing to Council has been based on discussions there, and is just we haven't included any other proposed discussions. Again, like I said, that may alter it. There's in time for council to absorb it for adoption and to consult maybe with the public for adoption on the 21st of June. Beg your pardon. Thank you.
Thank you, General Manager Jarvis. So the officer's recommendation is that the information below regarding the draft budget for 23-24 be received for information. So that will be presented to us later this evening. So would someone like to move that information be received? Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Someone to second that? Councillor Henson. Any discussion around that? All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. We'll now move on to the revised Works Capital Program. So I'll ask, is that General Manager Meehan to speak to his report?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So this one here is in relation to finalising our draft Works Capital Program, which we've moved through with Council in a number of workshops now, which has been fairly productive. The last discussion we had with Council was around, there was 700,000 in funded depreciation available from the last workshop, and there were some considerations around where that money would be allocated. At that time, we did state that we would expect that Nystrom Road and Staines Road would take up a combined probably around 400,000 expectation of that. And I'll just note that those projects had been put through via council resolution, so they've been added in line with that. What that did leave was the 300,000 of unallocated depreciation. The discussion we had with council was around where that project might go. In relation to Curb and Channel, there was a couple of queries there, and I might just work through the report, Madam Chair, if that's okay.
Yes, please.
So the first discussion that we had with council was around Curb and Channel replacements. As you can see there, Moonier Street and Chester Street were delayed projects from 22-23 that were taken out, I believe, at the second quarter review. So they were our first priorities, and that's taken from the renewal program. So council's had those programs in the back end. So there's no, that was actually just a delay of 22-23. So they would be our highest priorities to discharge those works. The combined value of that is around 240, 250,000. Below that, then you can see the list of Curb and Channel replacements that would be behind those projects in priority for 23-24 that we would normally have presented. Just scrolling down, if I might, Linnell. Oh, you don't have it on your screen, do you? No, sorry, I've got it on mine. Well, just over the page then is probably the easiest way for council to follow. There was a question around the new and upgrade projects in relation to Curb and Channel and stormwater and whatnot. These are the projects that are in the PPT, and I note too, it's a lot for council to absorb out of that PPT. It's a very big document. I think there's almost $100 million or thereabouts in there of projects. So what the team went through and isolated the PPT projects that relation to new Curb and Channel. So all the projects there, or the first, I think it's the top 20 or something like that we put in there just to show council where projects fall in the PPT. That's not to say that a higher ranking is a higher priority of council. It does come down to funding availability and all those considerations as well. But you can see the list there of where projects fall, and it's just there for council's awareness that they're there as well. Yep. And just in the project type there, just note there that was the new Curb and Channel stormwater canes, the upgrades. I know there was some commentary. So, like if you look at line 2 is the Blackbutt program. I think Tingora is down there at line 99. So you got the Gibson Street one through there, and then you've got, say, 99. You've got Hill Street. So those projects are recognised in there. They've just been in a fairly long list of projects in the PPT. So that's there for council to consider. The additional projects that have since had discussions with post that meeting We did do an estimate on the Mergen median refurbishment, just the skinnier existing concrete islands up the top near the BP, for us to go through and clean and resurface those with the CCI product or surfacing. You're looking in the order of 45,000. We did propose one just on the back of the discussion we had in the last report in relation to North Street. If council was unable to afford to progress the full North Street design, one of the suggestions that we did have there was to actually concrete the driveways at least at that kindergarten location until such time as council funded the North Street upgrade. I think that it was there to put forward as rather than leave the problem there for the long term, or depending on how that was going to be funded, there was an option there for council to maybe partly progress those works to limit some of those issues there for that facility, if they chose to. Another one that we had come in was a request from a footpath from a gentleman on a mobility device for a footpath in Fitzroy Street, which I think is a long-standing issue in Nanango, which was from Dalby Street to Elk Street. So we did do a costing that on for around that 55,000. So lots of projects, Madam Chair. It's for 300,000. So it's just probably consideration of council of where you wanted to go from here to allocate that money, or if you want to put it to something else, that's quite okay with us as well.
So just a question, sorry, Councillor, because I just want to know, with the Black Buck, where you've got just stormwater drainage, stormwater upgrade, and some places you've got K and C and some you've just got stormwater upgrade, is that different? Like, is that just working on the stormwater as opposed to doing the curb and channeling, or? No,
my understanding that would be to include the curb and channel.
So in every case, it's curb and channel. Yep.
Yeah, so just the main one there is where it's got stormwater. My understanding is that there'll be a stormwater system required underneath the curb and channel.
Yep. So okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yes, Councillor Erkins.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I just wondered, when you said about the mobility scooter, I know I've had a number of inquiries from residents because with an ageing population, more people are doing away with their cars and some of them are sort of travelling a fair distance and not on the road. They need to be on footpaths. Do you think there would be any possibility of us looking for funding outside, like grant funding for disability and access for people with ageing population disabilities? Could we maybe look into that? Because I think it's going to be an ongoing and issue with more people wanting to, that's their only form of transport as they lose their licence.
General Manager Meehan, would you like to comment?
Through the chair, look, I agree. I think this is an issue that's becoming more and more prevalent in those devices get used. I think the main thing is with the funding, you can always use Works for Queensland LRCI for footpaths and those sort of things. The main one I see there's in previous times is really around upgrading access to facilities and those sorts of things. So, but we would always keep an eye out for opportunity if there was something that would fall into that case. But we get quite a few inquiries in relation to these sorts of things now, and that's one of the main modes of transport that seems to be appearing not just in our community but everywhere, I think. So.
Thank you. Just wanted to know that Mergen High School project up the top of Gore Street, is that anywhere listed or was that left out?
So I'll just draw the attention over the next page 39. So it's apologies, we'll just go a little bit further. You've got the program there, which is probably just cut the edge off it by the look of it for us. Just on the footpaths here, so that is the current program for next year. So you've got the Mergen State High School footpath, which is the 99,000, which is the Krebs to Dutton Street one, and then you've got your the major one, which is the parking one, it's in the STIP program there for 472, so
yep.
that's available.
Thought that one.
Apologies, I didn't realise that it actually shaved the front off that.
That's okay. So I just wanted to know then, what does the meeting want to do now with this 300,000? Are we just going to, how are we going to, do we need to decide that? Oh, sorry, Mayor Otto?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I've got a series of questions, if I could work through them, perhaps one at a time. So, first of all, on page 38, we've got that PPT list there. I note there Sutton Street, stormwater upgrade, $225,000. That's something that I know I've certainly been raising issues around, as I know Councillor Jones has. Just wanting to confirm that those projects on that list, including Sutton Street, and then we're further down, we've got North Street, Kingaroy at the kindergarten, $121,500. Will they be in the capital program that we see come out from Kerry later today in 23-24?
No, Mr. Mayor. So just to confirm, so just over on the next page is page 39, which is the previous program that council's had for the capital for next year. The purpose of the ones that we've of the report in those tables that are in the report are projects to consider adding to that program. So your Sutton Street and your North Street. The one on page 39, which is the normal format program, is the original program that we've worked through with council. Those projects aren't included. So any of the ones that are listed in the up front of the report, Mr. Mayor, are up for grabs now, essentially.
Okay, so they're not in at this stage.
That's right.
In the capital projects provided on page 39. Thank you. Just want to clarify that. If I can continue through you, Madam Chair. Similarly, if we go to page 41, we've got some bitumen reseal program there. I see we've got Moore Street, Kingaroy identified. There's 375 metres there, $47,000 for 24-25. I think we've discussed that one before with the debilitation of the seal at Moore Street. Was a very, very busy residential street in the Kingaroy township, and just wondering whether, or would there be a process by which council could consider bringing that forward to be completed before June 24? And if so, how would we do that? Probably just seeking a bit of feedback around that one. Thanks, GM.
Through the chair. So you're quite right, Mr. Mayor. So from page 41 onwards is the rest of the projects that are available. Council can bring any project forward if they wish. So the first part of the report was that the query from the last meeting was the focus on the curb and channel and the additional projects. But if council wanted to bring any of those reseals that are further back brought forward, then they could do that off the thing, essentially.
Thank you, General Manager. And just a final question. So would that then also apply to Youngman Street in front of the Kingaroy Hospital, where there's currently no curb and channelling? The Fisher Street median refurbishments, item 2. The Moore Street roundabout refurbishment, and also my former proposal in relation to the Walter Road medians coming into town from the big roundabout at Rogers Drive through to where DTMR have done the work in front of Bunnings, heading down towards Knight Street. So 1, Youngman Street in front of the hospital, 2, Fisher Street mediums, Moore Street roundabout on the back of those, and also then 3 Walter Road medians coming in from the southern end of Kingaroy. Not on the list at this stage, I'd imagine, but again, there'll be a process, I'd imagine, where I can put those forward for consideration in 23-24. Any feedback on those would be appreciated. Thanks, GM. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Otto. Just on that, so what you've articulated, General Manager Meehan, is that on page 39, all those projects currently are the ones that are in. So then if we wanted to swap, we have options there with some of those projects that Mayor Otto has suggested, but also I believe there's an additional 300,000 that was up for grabs with potentially those projects that you've listed on page 38. Is that correct?
That's right. Through the chair. So the intent was that there was still $300,000 unallocated, and that was the purpose of today. The purpose of today's report is for council to allocate that money if they wish, so that we can finalise our draft program and release that this afternoon.
So the options would be to choose projects from page 38, or, as the Mayor has suggested, some other projects that he favours to go into that as part of the 300,000, or to swap from the projects that are listed on page 39. So how do we want to handle this at this point? Does anyone want to put forward some suggestions as to how we're going to allocate that 300,000, Mayor Otto?
Oh, yeah, look, just quickly, Madam Chair, I'd certainly like to advocate strongly for North Street, Kingaroy, the curb and channeling in front of the kindergarten down there. I've been probably pursuing this one for almost since I got elected 3 years ago. I know it's very important to the kindy, to the parents. The water actually floods their yard. So when it's raining, when the floods are on, the kids are locked up inside the facility. And the reason that happens, it's one of the very few streets in that part of town that doesn't have curb and channeling. So I'd certainly like to strongly seek the support of my colleagues for the $121,500 for curb and channeling at North Street, Kingaroy, in front of the kindy, with a view, if that was accepted, to having that done before Christmas, before the end of December 23. Thanks, Madam Chair.
So the way I propose that we might handle this is that we do it item by item. So is everyone happy if we just deal with that particular one and just have a discussion around whether we want that one in or whether we want that one out? Because there's the 300,000 unallocated, so that could go straight in as part of that. It's 121,500. Is everyone happy if we go through the process, like putting forward our potential high priority projects and then seeing where that ends up? Is everyone happy that we do it that way?
Does it have to be done now?
Well, I think General Manager Mearn's seeking some direction here because they want to be able to present the capital projects budget for this afternoon. Is that correct?
Yeah, through the chair. So our intent would be to do that as part of that capital budget this afternoon. If not, we wouldn't be proposing. If council chose not to allocate that money, then that's a decision for council. It would have to be done. It would not be in the proposed budget. It might be added at a later quarter or something like that from available money. If council chose not to do it, that would have to be done at, say, the first quarter. If they chose to delay that decision.
So I'm seeking some direction from the chamber. Mayor Otto, did you want to move that one as a particular motion, or?
Yeah, look, I did want to, because I know that I imagine Manager Darcy will have to finish his design work around that. We'd have to procure contractors or however that process happens. I'd certainly like to see us give a commitment to that one, or rule it in or out at this stage. I wouldn't like to see us kick the can down the road until the first quarter review on that one, because I think that'll make it very challenging to deliver it before the end of this school year. So, yeah, I'd like to see us address that one as soon as possible, so that the staff know whether they're to proceed or not, in light of the time frame that I'm probably keen to see happen around that particular project. Thanks.
So I'm looking for a motion off the floor then on that particular one, if you would like to move a motion. Happy to go down that path? Do you want to just discuss? Okay, well, I'll open up to the floor on that particular one on North Street, Kingaroy.
Madam Chair, yeah, look, with regards to North Street, I'd back the Mayor on that one.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Potter. Deputy Mayor Jones.
Yes, well, I'm not saying that it doesn't need to be done, Mayor and Councillor Potter, but it's referred that Councillor or Mayor Otto has been on it for 3 years. I've had a number of issues in Blackbutt and all that, and there's other issues right across the region. Now, the Mayor has stated just then that when it floods, the kids have to stay inside. Well, I think if it's raining, the kids stay inside no matter what. But when the conversations I've had around the North Street and kindergarten seems to be their driveways and the access in and out. Now, there's earth drains and everything there. Is there an option to look at doing and concreting the driveways? initially to start with, to do some sort of work there, because I've spoken to people up there that do a little bit of maintenance work and all that sort of stuff, and they have differing views to what parents do. And I'm just wondering, the conversations I've had, and I've helped people up there actually get gravel and all that to fix their driveways. And their driveways seem to me, now they might be obviously having different conversations with other people, but any person I've spoken to up there was the main issue was in and out. So if we were to put concrete driveways in there and link up with what's already there, is there any potential there to mitigate and take away the water? Because obviously if it's raining, the children don't get outside anyway. So I have a kindergarten in Blackbutt that has similar issues. I've got all sorts of other people across the region, and I'm sure every single person in this council chamber that represents their division has a number of things that have been on a list for a long, long period of time. But is there an option, in my view, when I've gone up there and I've had a look, is there a possibility to address the driveways in and out with concrete? Or do we need to spend $121,000 on curb and channel there?
Thank you. I think Mayor Otto might be able to answer that question.
Yeah, I can certainly answer that. I brought a notice of motion in relation to this some while back, and I met up there with the manager of the facility. I've met up there with the committee and some of the people that do the work. It's not the driveways exclusively. The flooding that comes down the road from the roundabout on the left-hand side, if you're facing north, that flooding isn't just, it's actually coming, and before it gets to the driveway, it's washing all through the yard on the western side of the kindergarten. So when the rain stops, that water is just isolated there for days. It takes days and days for that water to subside. And sometimes there's a foot of water there. So, it's not just about the kids staying inside when it's raining. After the rain clears, after a storm, they can be inside for a number of days after that until that water clears out of the yard area. The driveway is only one part of the picture. I don't believe, from discussions I've had, Madam Chair, with the manager of the facility and with the committee that run the facility, that the driveways are the solution. We had a report come from the acting general manager at the time, Manager Lowe, who met with me down there, that curb and channeling was the best option, because we looked at table drains, we looked at the driveways, we looked at a number of options. And the technical report came back and said it needs curb and channeling for that 100-metre strip. That is the solution to fix this problem. So I still believe that this is clearly the solution. I think we've had the meetings there, we've met with the staff, we've had the report from the staff having had a look at it, they've done the technical assessment. This is the solution. And for me, do we go and spend $40,000 on doing some minor earthworks and fixing up the driveways to still not solve the problem? The water's still going to flow into the yard from the drain that just can't carry the water away during heavy storms. Why don't we spend the $120,000, do it once, Councillor Henshin, and do it well, and let's fix this problem once and for all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Otto. I just wanted to know then, would you also then need to do the concrete driveway and minor earthworks to complement that project, or is it either or you could do both?
No, through the chair, my understanding is that the 121 will be inclusive of concrete works. We would do the curb and channel through there.
Thank you.
Sorry, include the driveway. Apologies.
That would include the driveway. So then
KNC.
the 40,000 is inclusive in that 121. Okay, Thank you. Any other questions or comments around that particular matter?
Are we going to, as we work through, Chair, so if we put that project up, can I get a suggestion from the Mayor on what he wants to take out?
So at this,
we can work through. So if you're going to put something through at 120, something's got to drop out of that now.
with respect, no, we've got 300,000 that is unallocated, so that could come out of that 300,000.
Correct, but down here, the recommendation that we're dealing with, you've already got the Moonia and Chester Streets already that add up to about 260. Now, that's the recommendation. Is that not right? Or they were proposals that you guys put forward?
Through the chair, just to clarify, that was the list of curb and channel replacements available to be allocated in the
Right,
300. So
okay.
if you went with the 22-23, that's 240,000 of deferred projects brought back in. That was the purpose of that table, Councillor. My apologies.
Thank you. Let me just sit and recoup again. I'll come back.
That's okay. So I can't see your light. Yes, sorry, Councillor Erkins.
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair. One of the things that I have issues with is just sort of saying today there's $300,000, because I know I've got people coming to me with issues as important to them as the kindergarten's issues are there, and I just a little bewildered on how I get my projects in. For example, in Nanango, we have a caravan park that at the back have like an over 50s type village. I've been approached by a number of those ladies who don't have transport. They walk from that over 50s village, and there's there's more moving in there all the time. And there is no footpath for them to get from that caravan park out to the highway where there is a footpath to go into town. So that's also, that crossing there is a crossing that during wet weather is difficult to get across when there's quite often potholes and whatever there. So, that's a project that I would like to put forward. But I've been telling these people that, well, there's a lot of other things that are on the list, but now I just, as I said, a little bewildered as to how I get these things on the list, because I think that is just as important to them and more so to them than, kids getting flooded when it rains. And again, I come back to when they built the kindergarten there, was there always a water problem there? When they built, maybe they should have addressed that problem right at the start rather than it comes back to being council's issue.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Would you like to comment on how Councillor Erkins can get some priority projects that she believes are priorities to the table? Thank you.
Yeah, through the chair. Fully appreciate the comments, Councillor, and it's a lot of information and understand too. There's probably been projects added before as well in previous years. Happy to shoot them through. Just the one that you're talking about is on page 59, if I'm right. I believe it's line item number 78, so it's there for 127,500. Arthur Street, which is the caravan link. I think it was proposed in previous years, so it was picked up as part of a previous program of list that was probably proposed. And I believe that is the one that you might be looking for. And I suppose too, and I fully appreciate that list is getting bigger and bigger and bigger, so things get lost a lot quicker too. So, but yeah, it is available. The big one there is if it's a burning issue, happy for you to come and see us, and we can look through the list to see if it's available. If not, we can happy to work with you.
So, are you satisfied with that response, Councillor Erkins?
Well, I see now that it's on the list, so how do I get that up there to be competing with the kindergarten?
So, just what number is it on? 78 on page 59. So, 78 page 59. So, it's being costed. So, how much is that? 130. Well, you can debate it just the same as Mayor Otto has, because could be included in. Is that correct? It can be included in the unallocated 300,000. Is that the place it would sit, or does it sit in the footpaths in a different budget?
No, through the chair. My understanding is that you've got the 300,000, and now you're picking projects to discuss. So any councillor can pick any project if that's the process that you're following to depending on how you want to work through. But it doesn't have to be a curb and channel. It can be a footpath. It's up to council. We've given the full list, so it's around what your priorities are, I suppose.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you. I just had a couple of questions about those deferred projects on page 37. So Moonya Street and Chester Street. those projects, if we don't going to progress with those projects, then we'll sweat those seals longer. It's curb and channel. Okay. So these are curb and channel projects, and they've been decided because those curbs and channels have failed. I know Mooney Street's definitely failed. Chester Street, I know Mooney Street, honestly, I've seen chunks out of the side of that are missing. I know it's, so to leave that for another 12 months like that, we're basically accepting failed curb and channeling.
Through the chair, that's right. So you've got renewal programs like your reseals and your curb and channel replacements, and the PPT is targeted at upgrades and in general. Not to say that those projects aren't needed as well, depending on on the issue. But yeah, it's a balance of priority and replacement. So those two, Mooney Street and Chester Street, were in this year's program.
Yeah.
I believe the one in Chester Street, similar to the program that we did in Mergen a few years ago, we've got missing pieces in streets. Where they've been cut out a bit like cancer essentially and removed and not replaced. So they are our highest priority renewals of those residential streets. That's why they were first off the list. So that's the batting order that we've proposed for those projects. So, but council can do more reseals if it wants. You know, it's up to however you decide. To either do a renewal, or you might want to deal with an issue through the PPT, similar to North Street if it's a drainage issue. Up to you.
Yes, and the challenge is it's only $300,000 and it doesn't stretch far. I was just looking at the list of capital new and upgrade projects. To be honest, I'm probably going to struggle to support too many new projects when we've got existing infrastructure that's failing that needs replacement. I am also concerned, we met with the Tingura community last year and they were advocating strongly for curb and channeling projects. And, I know that Rome wasn't built in a day and we can't build all of these projects overnight, but perhaps, that we could start in Tingura with something if we're going to build new curb and channeling. I'm also mindful, to be honest, that around the Moore Street situation, as the Mayor has explained, I know that seal is close to cooked, and I know that is a heavily trafficked road in my division. Honestly, I'm not sure that trying to cherry pick projects here is the best use of our time. I'm not sure how we're going to come to a resolution around this when there are so many high priority needs. I don't know whether we agree that, renewing existing assets as per our asset management plan and strategy should be a priority of council, recognising that these things are failing already, or if we build new assets, it's my understanding that increases our depreciation and puts us in a more challenging position over time if they are new or new upgrades. So I'm sorry, Councillor Duff, I've probably not added to the conversation, but it's good to understand those curb and channels that we're prolonging, for everybody to understand they are falling apart. And, my position is perhaps we do need to consider those assets against creating new assets.
Sorry, just in response to that, General Manager Meehan, I'm just wondering why were they just completely not considered if they were in the 22-23, and you've just said they're not, those two streets have been just completely left out. Is there a reason for that?
Funding availability, Chair.
So funding availability, so
we would delay that program or push it back to the following year. So
Yeah.
they would, because you've got a large amount of STIP projects in there. So if you think about similar to the one like we were talking about Gore Street before, council's contributing a lot of money to those co-funding of those STIP projects, which is fine, because if you think about it, that funding won't be available. Maybe next year we may get nothing, which means we might take a more renewal focus. So it's about balancing up your available money at this point in time.
I just would like to make the point in support of what Councillor Shoemaker is saying, is that if those projects were in the budget, there would have been an expectation that they would have been done and they just didn't get done. Is that?
No, that's through the chair. So They were delayed projects that were taken back at the 22-23. Council does have the option to if they want to bring a delayed project back in, they can bring it back in at the first quarter also, through savings through the 22-23 program if they're available. So that might be just trying to help the situation of that discussion. If we have a delayed project from 22-23, similar discussions we've had with council, we are hopeful that we will see a reduction in our expenditure for this financial year at the close. There might be an option to bring those projects back at the first quarter if they were delayed through this process again as a priority project to be brought back in, given that they were pushed due to capacity issues. So you do have those options available too.
Yeah. Sorry, Councillor Hinton, I might just stay with Councillor Shoemaker just on this particular
Sorry, I
one.
just had one more question, just in response to that. My concern is last year we adopted a really ambitious capital program, and then we were hit with 5 flood events, and now we know we've got $50 million worth of funding that needs to be expended across our network in flood and reaper works over the next, what will take, I believe, a couple of years in hearing Councillor Jones's feedback around that. So, I'm probably in some ways thinking, do we allocate all of this money now, or do we wait for that first quarter review and see how things are tracking? Because I'm very mindful of our capacity to deliver. I think adopting projects, if I've learned anything in council, we've adopted projects and people have gotten really excited and we've created that expectation that that'll be done, and then it's not done. And I know that is an issue in the Mooney Street area. I imagine it's an issue in Chester Street with the curb and channelling, issues that have been long-standing issues. I've had discussions with residents in that area about that and said it's in our capital program and that it was deferred, and there's still no decision about it. I guess I'm in two frames of mind here as to what's the right use of these funds and also of our time today. 300,000 isn't a lot of money. I'm also very mindful, I was my son was the first cohort of kinder kids to attend the first day of Kingaroy kindergarten there in North Street. I have picked up my children in the mud. I have seen the water in the playground. I have certainly firsthand seen those issues, and it is worrying. My son is 14 this year, and that is still an issue today. So I don't dispute that we have to do something about it. And I would like to see the issue resolved, but I am hearing the commentary here. So I'm really apprehensive about loading up a program if we can't deliver it. So probably my question is, Manager Meehan, those curb channel renewal programs, how would they be delivered? Is that our people, and with the Wondai Streetscape and the other sort of large projects, would they actually have capacity to deliver those projects? Are you confident? It's probably like asking, is there a needle in the haystack?
Through the chair, you're quite right around that capacity issue, and that was something that we did discuss with council at the first workshop. The main thing is there's probably options for council that if council didn't want to make a decision and wait to the first quarter, we could list it in the capital program this afternoon as unallocated projects for review at the first quarter. That would be another option available to deal with. Or if council chose to proceed as you are, then that's okay too. Capacity-wise, it will come down to availability of resource and to do that sort of work. So it depends on what you pick. And to be honest, it would be wrong for me to sit here and say we're going to deliver everything until I see the full program out. There's always those risks of coming back, and you've got wet weather and those sort of things as well. And I'm not advocating against not allocating that money today as well. It's just really, all comments are valid, I suppose, from our point of view, but you do have that other option to delay the allocation of that money, and we could allocate that as a single line item in the capital budget, because it would recognise, I'd be right in saying, Mark, that we can allocate as a program for review in our capital budget to be done at the first quarter if you did want to see how progress or whatnot, but that's up to council, obviously. Just another option.
This really goes to, I think, what I've been advocating for here for a long time is we need systematic programs that look at the asset data and make decisions based on what is absolutely broken and needs to be done today. And I know I've talked to some of my fellow colleagues in Toowoomba Regional Council, and they unashamedly follow their capital program because it is based on the highest priority need, not on political decisions. So, yeah, I'm not sure this is the best use of our time or the best way to allocate these funds.
CEO Mark, did you want to make a comment?
The only thing, councillor, and I think the time question is becoming pressing, given the program for the rest of the day. If the North Street one has to be delivered by Christmas, it would really need to go in now. Otherwise, you won't, first quarter review, it won't get done by Christmas. So that would be that. The secondary line could be that remaining unallocated remaining funds be considered as part of first quarter review, and then we can just progress with the capital budget.
Thank you. Councillor Henson? Oh, sorry. Sorry, Councillor Potter.
Better put your speaker on, Councillor Potter.
We can't
Sorry,
hear
thank you. You can now. Look, with regards to the North Street, as much as I would love to see it done, just sitting down here having a bit of a rethink and looking through the list and thinking of some other things that I've put forward. I've put forward before curb and channelling in William Street. There's a section there where the curb and channel is actually quite, it's a high section of curb and channel, and there's actually big chunks that are broken out of the concrete. I don't know where that is. I know I've put in requests about it. Also, Weeks Road, the entrance into Weeks Road, on the Kingarokuyu Road is actually quite dangerous because there's a bend there, and it really needs some bitumen into that first section into Weeks Road. And also we've got the high school, the drainage. And I mean, if we're talking about drainage that goes into the school, that's actually affects a lot more people than what actually North Street does. So because that whole field can't be used, and they can't even walk through that field to get to the other field half the time. So because of the drainage issue there. And I do believe that that is something that we should be fixing as a council.
Thank you,
So
Councillor
it's
Potter.
not just the North Street, there's so much there.
So, General Manager Meehan, would you like to comment on those projects that Councillor Potter has outlined?
Yeah, through the chair. So William Street, I'm aware of that section. It's actually in the curb and channel renewal program in the back of the docks. Most of those projects there. There's one couple there that I'm aware of the council's raised about Man Street at the drain. That's something that we're looking to at the high school, where I believe we've done previous works there, and there might be further rectification or alternative works that we can do there to take water away from the school and the oval. So there's a lot of projects and there's lots of priorities. So it's if council wants more time to explore those further, we're quite happy to work through that. But yeah, so guided by council, Chair, where you want to go for this one.
So sorry, so that list of projects that Councillor Potter put forward, some are in and some haven't been scoped, or they can be fixed with through operational maintenance, or is that what you're suggesting? Or
So, yeah, through the chair, we'd have to go through and review each of those projects. There's some there that might be OPEX. To be honest, a lot of the ones that come up require a lot more work to work out what the solution is. They end up in the PPT because council requests them for capital consideration. So they get listed there, and there's probably more scope and investigation to do on some projects to work through. So hence why we like that pre-construction design program that we've delivered. It gives us a lot more confidence to walking into the budget for projects that have been through that process. So, but yeah, happy for the council to come and take us through that list of that, and we can go through the PPT to see which ones are there and which ones aren't, and they should be in the customer system.
Thank you. Are you happy with that, Councillor Potter?
Yes, thank you.
So I think moving forward, we probably, rather than, this always comes down to the wire, we should perhaps have a workshop into the future, moving forward, where councillors can put forward their wish list of things that really matter to them, because we're right down to the wire, and Councillor Erkins has come up with projects, and Councillor Potter, that probably aren't even being considered at all. So I think we probably need this. This is all too late. So yeah, I'll just Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in relation to page 38, capital new and upgrade projects, project prioritisation tool. Now, if we go through that on the left-hand side, we have a rank there, where if I go, and I'm sure everyone in this chamber will recall me banging on about Tingura curb and channelling for the past 3 years, as perhaps the same as North Street and Kingaroy. If you look at that ranking, most of Tinguras come in from anywhere from 43 on that rank scale to 99, and as a comparison, North Street comes in 119. And Councillor Erkins, how you get them up the ladder, it takes you a while to get them up the ladder. Let me assure you, if we go across to scope level, we have red and amber, and perhaps, Manager Mann, you'd just like to clarify the red and amber, along with the risk factor of, you have tier 2 medium to tier 3 low, and if you again compare Tingura, and this is just a comparison, and probably for your benefit, Councillor Erkins, again, all those items in Tingura come in at red, not amber, and come in at low. So, Manager Mann, would you just explain that system prioritisation tool? Because if that's how our projects are scoped and worked upon, and we're going to just bring in something from down on page 59 or 6 or 8, that goes out the window. So could you just clarify that, Manager Mann?
Thank you, General Manager Meehan.
Yeah, through the chair. That was the new system that we added this year, and it's not to exclude projects; it's to give council knowledge of what the estimate and the risk of those projects there. Probably the difference between the North Street one and Amber is that it's 70% design, so we have a lot more confidence in that estimate at this stage. Is where the scope level and the design estimate and risk, they're based on what we know about that project. And if you look at the whole PPT, there's 200 projects. A lot of times they're just desktop estimates where Cody or myself or James might go through and run a unit rate through a thing and give it a value, which means that there might be further work to do on the investigation of that scope as well. There might be some geotech, some digging some holes and those sorts of things. The other one around the risk is a system that we put in is to identify the risk of that project changing and also the interaction for council with the project as well. So if you look at the Wandai Streetscape's actually got green lights until it gets to its risk level, because obviously it's a streetscape project, so you've got a lot more interaction and consultation and those sort of things. So it's purely there as a guide for council. So when you make a decision, you're understanding that the information that we provide you is at a level so that you can be aware. Essentially, it's a new one. Can always get better. But it doesn't actually control the ranking. It just controls what we know about the project for councils.
Thank you, General Manager Meehan. Councillor Henson, are you happy with that response? Councillor Erkins.
I think one of the other things is priorities change. You know, there are circumstances that happen that can change one thing that was pretty low and bring it up. You know, I would think that a priority for us as a council should be the fact that parking is an issue in Kingaroy. And, you know, we did, one of the things that was raised were those garden beds down in front of the mall. Yeah, so that's why I just think to come in and all come in with little pet projects is not really a good way to do things. I think for us all to have the conversation and for us all to be, I mean, I brought up the one in Nanango, but I do think that is an issue. But if I had to pick between whether that was an issue or whether the parking was an issue, I would probably look at the parking was more importance to our community being able to park. But I just don't think that to come in here and say, here's $300,000, let's get our things in, let's have a workshop and go through, maybe go through our things, talking about what's ranking. If it's in my backyard, I'm going to rank it higher than I'm going to rank it if it's in your backyard. But if we can sit and discuss as responsible councillors elected to look after the best interests of our community, not to just suddenly have a bag of money and be all here putting in our bits for what we want for it. Because, as I said, even thinking when I brought up about the footpath, I thought that was important. But then I thought about it and I thought, no, hang on, I think that car parking is more important. When Councillor Shoemaker said about, there are issues that need to be looked at carefully and looked at honestly, not what we want for our backyard or what we want the person who whinges the most to us to be happy about. Let's look at it and let's look at priorities for our residents across the region. I just don't think now is the time to do that. I'd rather see the 300,000 sit there and, let's get on with the things we've got to do and then look to the future for what is necessary, and whether that be something in your place or whether it be the kindergarten or whether it be Moore Street, let's decide it as a team all on the one side.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Just on that, I think that the actual ranking is not done, it's actually done with a methodology through the infrastructure team. It's got it's got a lot of what it's done professionally. It's not just something that's you rank it or I rank it. It's done with a methodology tool. So, and just on that number, the first priority, number 10, is Watt Street, new curb and channeling Lamb Street to Stephen Street. So that's actually the first priority. So if we went down Councillor Shoemaker's suggestion where they unashamedly just go on what this recommendation is using a priority tool, then the next one's 708,000. That's more than 300,000. So, there's a lot of discussion around where this is going to land. So I'll hand over to Mayor Otto.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move the following motion, if I could, please. That the committee recommend to Council that, as on screen there, thanks, Linnell, is fine, that Council received the proposed 23-24 draft Works Capital Program and provided guidance for inclusion in the continued preparation of the full South Burnett Regional Council 22-23 annual budget, 23-24 annual budget, with the inclusion of North Street, Kingaroy, curb and channeling, to the value of $121,500, comma, endeavouring to complete such, comma, subject to available resources, by 31 December 2023, and the remaining funds from the unallocated $300,000 pool be considered as part of the 23-24 first quarter capital budget review.
That's been moved by Mayor Otto. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Shoemaker. So I've got General Manager Meehan has his light on. Just wanted to have him comment first. Sorry, Mayor Otto.
Yeah, Through the chair, just apologies to the council. I just wanted to clarify. I did tell the council the wrong thing just before. The deliverability risk is included in the PPT scoring. So a project that is high risk and high complex does affect its scoring in that rating. So I just wanted to apologise to the council. I did tell you the wrong thing just before.
Thank you. Now I'll hand over to Mayor Otto to speak to his motion.
Yeah, thanks very much, Madam Chair. And I've certainly, as the Mayor, from a regional perspective, I appreciate the comments made by councillors around the room in terms of having a regional overview of this. However, the reality is, practically speaking, that there is a number of projects, dozens of projects that would have to be considered through future meetings, workshops, whatever that looks like. We've been on this journey since my time here in council just over 3 years ago of considering these lists. And we could sit here for weeks on end and still not get to a final list. So, look, to my view, at some point in time, councils have to make decisions. I'm keen to get a decision made on this particular project because, why is that? Because this is something that I believe is a high need for our community, our regional community of South Burnett. The Kingaroy Kindergarten is a growing facility. The impact on the centre and the children there is significant when it rains and floods. And I believe that, if we start to look at the social impact of that, the needs of the children, that should really be taken into account. That's the social factor that perhaps, the scoring system doesn't bring up. It's 100 metres of curb and channelling. We're not asking to build a whole new road. It's not high risk in terms of delivery. I think we've got an amber light on it. We've got a medium risk in terms of delivery, and with resources available, I would certainly like to see council deliver on this project by 31 December, and then happy to engage in a process over coming months until council goes into caretaker mode at the end of December, on the 1st of January, engage in a process whereby we consider other projects. But at some point in time, I would like to see us make a decision on this one and be seeking the support of my colleagues to have this project included in the 23-24 Capital Works budget. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers to that particular motion? So I just have a question. So with so the Edward Street one is the only other one that's got an amber scope level. So is that, if we are going to do the Wandai upgrade and then we've got new curb and channel around the island, would that just be left out, or should that really be part of this upgrade to the Edward Street area in Wandai? It's a 60,000 amber project. Obviously, there's been some scoping on that. Just wanted to get an answer to that question. Thank you.
Through the chair, so our understanding, just with the short information we have, we understand that project is a new K&C island around there. James is saying there for traffic control. The estimate style on that is still a unit rate. The amber on that, I would assume, is because it's a traffic control device being put on top, so it's probably a lower risk of works if it's not requiring excavation in the streetscape. But the guys are just going to have a quick look, if that's okay.
Thank you. While they're looking, is there any other speakers? Councillor Erkins?
I have concerns. I think we're just cherry picking a project out, and I personally am not happy that has happened. I think if we're going to allocate from that 300, you should allocate the lot. If you're not going to allocate, you don't allocate any. You don't pick out one project.
Through you, I just wanted to, through myself, I just want to make a comment. I mean, we have to make decisions. This is a place, this is actually the forum to make decisions. So with respect, like if the mayor has picked out a project, like this is what we're doing here, and so I think that's fair. That at some point we have to make a decision. So, just my view is that it's okay to pick out projects. If you wanted to move an alternate motion, that's fine. But thank you. I'll hand over to Mayor Otto for comment.
Yeah, just right of reply to wrap up the debate, if I could, with your consent, Madam Chair.
General Manager Meehan, you've got your light on. Did you want to just, I think before you wrap up the debate, he could answer my question about the 80,000. Thank you.
Yeah, just through the chair, just in relation to Edward Street, there's a section there where there's curb and channel missing on that street. As far as a white's amber, we would have to go back in and probably have a chat with Cody around how he scoped that and what information he's got for that project to understand why it's of a lower risk. So I'm not saying it shouldn't be amber, but there's obviously information available, or maybe around substantial, what pavement's there and the scope on that. We'd have to do further investigation.
Yeah, I just meant, was it part of that whole, streetscape, or is it something?
No, our understanding it's a separate project.
Separate
There's a
project.
couple of sections of K&C that's not on that street, so that
Yep.
would be outside of that project.
That's fine. Okay, thank you. I'll hand over to Mayor Otto to wrap up. Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Look, I understand again, I'll say, we have to make decisions in this chamber from time to time. If we're going to deliver on this project, we need to make a decision to proceed with it, I believe, now, so that it can be put into a recommendation, can be put into the proposed budget in a position to be able to then make a final decision on the 21st of June. If we're not going to do that, then it will be pushed out, obviously, to the next school year. The only reason this is a priority is because we will have kindy kids returning to the Kingaroy Kindergarten in February next year, and I think if we're going to deliver this project this financial year, we should deliver it before Christmas so that we get the advantage in the new year. Otherwise, it'll be pushed back to February 25, 26, who knows when. To me, there are projects that come along that need special consideration. I believe this is one of those in light of the significant impact that the flooding does cause on the facility. The children are basically locked up in that facility after periods of rain for several days. And if you've ever been with young children locked up in a room with no ability to go out into the playground, that causes significant stress for the children and no doubt for the carers in the facility, the workers in the facility. So, look, I think this does deserve special consideration on social grounds with those children down there. And I would just wrap up by saying, be seeking the support of my colleagues to make this project happen once and for all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Otto. So we've got the recommendation. It's been moved by Mayor Otto, seconded by Councillor Shoemaker, that the committee recommends to Council that Council receive the proposed 23-24 draft Works Capital Program and provide guidance for inclusion in the continued preparation of the full South Bend Regional Council 23-24 annual budget, with the inclusion of North Street Kingaroy curb and channeling to the value of $121,500, endeavouring to complete such subject to available resources by the 31st of December 23, and would you be able to scroll up? Remaining funds from the unallocated $300,000 pool be considered as part of the 23-24 first quarter capital budget review. So we'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Shoemaker, Mayor Otto, Councillor Potter and Councillor Duff. All those against? That motion is carried 4 votes to 3. Thank you. So now we move on to, what are we up to now? 7.4, planned maintenance activity on Burrendown Road and local connector roads on page 67. So I'll hand over to the Manager of Works to give an update. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, just probably in the interest of time, unless there were specific questions from Council, we were requested to provide an update to Council just in the works that we've done out there recently in that area. We've obviously the Burrendown races was on not long ago. There's some pictures there, and there's also a whole lot of works for that area that have been conducted, and some are still currently underway. And there's a few pictures there over the back as well. I think the work there probably speaks for itself, to be honest, around the condition of that.
Thank you. Do we have any questions to General Manager Meehan? So someone to move that the committee note this report. Councillor Erkins, someone to second that. Councillor Henchen. Any comments? And we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Potter? Are you online, Councillor Potter? So Councillor Potter's obviously not online. So all those in favour again, sorry. All those against. So it's just if we just put that Councillor Potter was.
No, I'm here.
Oh, sorry. Did you want to vote on this one, Councillor Potter? I just can't see
Yes.
you. Are you in favour of this particular motion?
Yes.
Sorry. So okay. So it's carried unanimously. Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Potter. I just couldn't see you. So now we're moving on to 7.5, construction of unmade road at Mondure. So the committee recommends to council that they accept the maintenance of the newly formed 240 metre road located off Mondure Wetlands Road near Mondure. But they recognise the road as Class 5B lower order access road, and they name the road Mountain View Lane. So I might get the General Manager Meehan to talk to this report, or Manager Searle. Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just very briefly, so we've had a member of our community undertake a construction of a new road, and that's part of the council's policy, construction of unmade road. The road in question is just outside of Mondure, and we've attached some photos, not only of the constructed road but also the location in context of where Mondure is. That work's been completed at the applicant's cost. It's been no cost to council, and so they're seeking formalisation of that approval. That council essentially adds that to its road network and seeks to maintain that into the future.
Thank you, Manager Searle. Are there any other comments before we move the recommendation?
Yep. I'd like
Councillor Potter, would you like to comment?
Yeah, look, I'd just like to ask a couple of, with regards to this road network, this is, if I'm thinking I'm counting, this must be about the 5th road we're going to add to it over the last while. And I'm just wondering, we don't really have a policy on this. And dare I say, I just feel like we're just seen to be adding roads to our roads register for us to maintain without any rules or regulations around it. Because I know we've all put roads in, we've all had road comments to us that council isn't maintaining that should be being maintained. And I'm just wondering why we keep adding to this when we've not even sat down and really discussed how we're moving forward with these roads that aren't even on our register.
So thank you, Councillor Potter. I might just get Manager Searle to comment on that, because I believe that this road has been done privately by they've upgraded the road to council standard, and all we're asking now is it be maintained. I think that's part of what we do, but I'll just ask Manager Searle to comment. Thank you.
Yeah, that's correct. So they're not seeking council to construct the road. They've done that under their own steam, and it's part of council's construction of unmade road policy that if they construct a road to our standard, then we will add that to our asset register and maintain that.
So, Councillor Potter, are you good with that answer? So it's pretty much, it's part of our policy that if they constructed, yes.
Yeah, I get that, but there are still roads, Borkets, and there are still other roads there that are maintained, that have been built by people that have been put forward, but we're not doing anything with those.
I think the issue with that is that they're not made to council standards, whereas this particular person or whoever it was has actually brought it to council standard, and then that the policy is that then once it's to council standard, we will maintain it. So any of those unformed roads would apply. So if someone wanted to actually go along that road and actually bring it up to council standard, then we would maintain it. That's part of our policy. So do you have any further clarification?
I still think
needed?
that this needs to be discussed a lot more, this field.
Okay, so any other comments or questions around the chamber? So if not, so I'd like to move that the committee recommends to council that they accept the maintenance of the newly formed 240 metre road located off Mondure Wetlands Road near Mondure. They recognise the road as Class 5B lower order access road, and they name the road Mountain View Lane. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Erkins. So I'm speaking to this. I think it's actually a good news story. I think that if someone is prepared to actually fund building the road to council standards, then that's what we should be encouraging. So all those unformed roads, how great would it be if we could get them, the people who use them, to actually pay for the upgrade, and then all council has to do is to maintain that road. So I'm putting this to the chamber and hoping I'll get the support of the chamber, because I believe it is a good news story. Any other comments? Councillor Shoemaker?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Duff. I certainly agree with your comments, however, and certainly supportive of this. I think it's wonderful that the residents have built the road to our standards. I do, however, stand by previous comments and I do agree with Councillor Potter in the regard that we do have a large list of unmaintained roads here in the South Burnett, and it is having a large impact on residents and primary producers and alike in the region, and somehow we have to work out a strategy to address that. Don't know what that looks like, but somehow into the future we need to be chipping away at this, because the problem's not going away, and there is our staff are doing the right thing by living and breathing and working by the unmade road policy. But I do think, into the future, as we get more growth in our region and more people are choosing to live on these rural properties, the issue is only going to get worse, and somehow we've got to build a strategy to address it. Very supportive of this. I think it's wonderful that the residents have done the work needed to actually get the road to this standard.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Jones.
Yes, thanks, Chair. Again, as Councillor Shoemaker, she's added good news story, but just keep in mind they get added onto our asset register, and our lengths of roads that we get are growing, and it will have depreciation and all that sort of stuff moving forward. So with every good news story, unfortunately, there's always a bit of a downer. So just remember that we are increasing the length of our road network every time we accept something that's a good news story that residents are forming and putting it up, but we then have to look after it as an asset.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jones. Any other comments? So we've had the motion has been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Erkins. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. The CEO has reminded me that it's now 1 o'clock, and do you want a break for lunch? So Councillor Henson has moved that we break for lunch. Seconded by Councillor Erkins. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Yes. Oh, Deputy Mayor Jones is against it? Were you? Or? Okay, so it was carried 6 votes to 1. 6 votes to 1. So we'll come back at 1:30. Will that 1:30? Adjourn for lunch. Thank you. I need a motion that we resume the meeting. Moved by Councillor Shoemaker, seconded by Councillor Erkins. All those in favour? Against? Yep. Carried unanimously. So we'll move on to item 7.8, Macaulay Weir Access Road Road Safety Audit. I'll hand over to the officer to speak to the report. Oh, sorry, 7.6, sorry. Consideration of service level changes to the unsealed road network maintenance standard. I'll hand over to the officer to talk to the report.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. Just waiting on Kev. I think he was late getting a bite to eat, but I'm happy to make a start. So this was a follow-up, and I know and appreciate Council's time at our last budget workshop. It was quite late in the day when we started looking at finalising some of our service levels. So we did say we would bring back a report just to work back through that unsealed road maintenance standard that we're looking at. So, and appreciated at our previous workshops, we did look at a couple of different solutions and feedback around adding multi-tyre rollers to our unsealed maintenance program to see if that would yield a better result, not only through service level, but also through the longevity of those assets. So we did propose to council in our proposed budget that we have at the moment is to introduce a multi-tyre roller with each of the graders over the period for a period of 2 months in each of the zones. Now we did look at looking at doing that work based on hierarchy, but largely I can say to councillors that on review that the Type 4 roads that we have had a heavy formation grade in recent weeks and also subject to Reaper. So the intent would be that we would put those programs in place and leave it up to the works coordinator to make a decision based on hierarchy and need within the zone to get best use out of those machines to see where we go. The query that we did have from I think it was Councillor Shoemaker was around how many rollers that we do have. We actually own 9 rollers, but not all of them are used for this type of work. So there's a 3-pointer roller, which is a finishing roller with steel drum. We also own 4 self-propelled steel drum rollers at different weights, which is used to compact material at different depths. But the roller that we are looking at is the multi-tyre roller, and that's the roller that the operators are looking for to be added to those. We currently own 4 of those, and they are on our attached to our construction crews, and their average usage at the moment is just over 500 hours over the life of those machines per annum. What we would be looking to do is using, if we were to implement, we'd use a combination, obviously using our machine first if it was available, and then obviously we would contract a day rate, a hire machine in or a dry hire machine in, just as we would any other machine if we didn't have one available to us. But obviously, you know, the work that we would do with Brandon, we would be looking to use our own machines where possible. What we would suggest to council is that if council was to continue with the proposed introduction for trial, I think in my personal feedback, it's a good opportunity to actually proof the concept, see what the production is. Are we getting a better result? What's the productivity as well? How much are we getting around the network? And it's probably an opportunity for council to do a review throughout the year on how that's actually going. What we did down there below, which is the option 3, so just draw council's attention to page 79. Kev came back with some figures. So there's a couple of questions around, do we get around the whole network if we changed? If we go to a medium formation grade across the board, we wouldn't get across the whole network in a year. So that's a change of what we currently do now. And I know some people think that the trial grade's good. Some people think that it's not good. It's really down to, I think, going into a trial, actually, let's have a look at both possibilities and then see how quickly we get around the network. What we're proposing there is that there would be a combination of both. At this stage, we would expect that even with the trial, we would still get around the entire network for the year with the patrol grade or a medium formation grade. That would be our expectation at this point in time. But we would like to proof that, and I think that's an important point to have a trial to actually see how quickly we are getting around. And it does come down to how much work is needed on the road too, which, you know, council's aware of that. It's around you're picking the best route based on, you know, there's no point in putting a roller on a road that doesn't have any gravel. So there's those considerations to go through there as well. We just put some stuff there, sorry, I shouldn't say stuff, that's poor language. Below that, which is our allocation of budget for the year for unsealed roads for the grading. So in our current budget proposal, we've got 346,000 in there, which is the expectation. We're going to do about 50 kilometres of heavy formation grade this year. The medium formation grade would be 330,000, and that would be in the order of 150 kilometres. And then in the patrol grading budget is around that 1.3 million, which is around 1,300 kilometres that we expect to do through the network through the year. So we're hopeful that we would get around. Again, those numbers would need to be proved as we go through, but our suggestion to council would be to put it into trial. So we have currently budgeted for this to occur in our current format, and then take a stock and review of how it's actually performing, and also have a bit of review and feedback from our staff on the ground too around some of the outcomes that may or may not be achieved by that. So the other one there, just the last paragraph we put in there is just in relation to the drainage. So it's probably on the back of the question we had earlier around we haven't allowed for an additional drainage works to be undertaken on the network other than the heavy formation grade. We do expect through the Reaper program that we'll be doing a large amount of drainage on those corridors as we go through, but it's just there that as a refresher for council that that is the allocation that we were seeking or for consideration of council if they wanted to do more works in that space. The last one there too, just for council's interest, and we are reviewing it and speaking with the team in the last couple of weeks, there's the maintenance graded zonal map. It just gives you an idea. It's on page 80 in the document, which just shows you where those graders generally operate. That doesn't mean they don't move between zones, but it just gives you an idea, and it does actually give you an appreciation for the concentration and also the spread of the unsealed network, just for your reference. But the three different colours will show where they're normally based through that space there.
General Manager Meehan, just want to ask a question. So on page 79, the bottom there, you've got drainage improvements with an additional 100,000 should council wish to pursue this option, and that would be a small excavator, a small truck, a team leader and utility for a 2-month period. So if that was successful, everybody's saying that the drainage is what they want to see happen. If we multiplied that by the number of teams we've got, like say we had 3 of those, we spent 300,000, would that get those small excavator, small truck, team leader and utility across all of the zones? I know you're doing that as a trial, but if that worked, is that something that could be successful? Because in my view, the drainage is the big ticket item for us.
Yeah, through Madam Chair, it would be it wouldn't be a whole new crew. It would be an allocation for those crews, or it would be a contractor essentially, given the capacity of our program at the moment that would work through. It's just there as an idea of what it would cost you for 2 months to operate a crew of that size. So if you wanted to go through and clean away breakaway drains for 2 months, it's probably going to cost you $100,000 to work through that program. We never say no to the drainage. I think last year we asked for money as well, but it was, it comes down to cost and priority. My personal view as an officer, I support the roller trial. I really would. I would like to proof that to see what that looks like and whether that is a good outcome, and get a real feel for, is it value for money in doing that? And maybe it's a bit like the question before on other ones. If you go and do it and do a trial, at least you know, and you make an informed decision next year or later in the year as well. And I think it's important, to have that. That is feedback that we're getting that, maybe we'll retain more gravel on the network as well if we were to put those machines on. So it's so many balancing things to do. We do have, I would highlight to council too, again, we have done extensive drainage through Reaper already. It's just, I think it's around prioritising some of these programs to see what they look like, particularly in the unsealed space. I think the Reaper value this year is about $15 million. So there's a considerable amount of work and heavy formation work to do in that space. So again, it could be something that reviewed later on if council wanted to do it, but it would be an additional amount of money that would have to come from somewhere.
Yes, thank you. I'm happy to support the recommendation. Just want to flag about the drainage. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, I'm in agreement with you, Councillor Duff. I think the trial is a great opportunity. My question is, like, at what point of time in the year are you thinking you'll do that 2-month trial? And could you bring, you know, an update back to council about how it's actually tracking? Because through our quarterly review, it would be my intent that if it was actually tracking really well and something that you saw value in, we wouldn't continue to do the year the way we had planned.
Yeah, sure.
We would actually transition and look at actually adopting those rollers into our fleet sooner than later, I would imagine. So I just wanted to understand, how do you see the trial and the report coming back to council, and then, you know, that opportunity for continuous improvement?
Through you, Madam Chair, I'd be happy if council, if we brought back a report maybe at the October Standing Committee just on review. And,
Yep.
and one thing I'll just acknowledge too, that the councillor has previously asked about to go out and have a look at these sort of things. If these machines come onto these grades, I'm quite happy to organise, once we all get clear of the budget program, to go and have a look at first hand at some of the difference between the two.
Yeah.
I think that'd be a good opportunity. So yeah, we would happily, if council was happy for us to add there that we bring back a program update at the October Standing Committee, if that was okay, we could give council a program update as well to see how it's tracking. And yeah, I think it'd be just a really good opportunity for everyone to go and get a feel for it and see if we're getting a good result, or maybe it's not what we're after.
Maybe it's not. Yeah, I'd like to see that. I know the recommendation's not been moved yet, but just added to the recommendation that, you know, a report be brought back to the October Standing Committee meeting with an update on the trial.
So would you like to move that, Councillor
Yeah,
Shoemaker?
Sure, Councillor Duff.
So someone to second that? Councillor Erkins? So-
And yeah, certainly think the opportunity to actually get out there and get your boots on the ground and actually understand it, it would be really important. I was talking to some of our operators at our recent barbecues at the staff depots, and, you know, there's a real support for these rollers. So I think if we do the trial and it's working, then it's something that somehow we have to try to adjust our focus to include what they need to do the job properly. I just had one further question, just around those drainage costs. I really do agree with you. And I know we're laying down our budget at the moment. If we were to add that $100,000 to your budget, has there been any work done in that regard? Like, I know the current budget position, but I'd probably like to investigate that to see if we could rob Peter to pay Paul and potentially adopt a drainage team for a short period, because personally I don't see the point in doing the work on our network if you know, we have a couple of rains events and then it's all washed away. And I'm hearing you, I know there'll be work done on the Reaper project, but on the Reaper works, you know, naturally that will include drainage work. But yeah, I do think it is an issue and would welcome some thoughts or some discussion. Certainly Councillor Jones would welcome your thoughts on it, because I know it's something you've been talking about for a long time.
Deputy Mayor Jones.
Yeah, it's taking into the comments, it's a real shame that we couldn't find $300,000 of unallocated funds to put 3 crews at $100,000. That would be really good, wouldn't it?
So, General Manager Meehan, you had your light on. Were you going to comment on that? No? So, I think you need to comment to see if we can, you know, just maybe squeeze an extra 100,000 there to do that trial with the excavator, small truck team leader and utility for a 2-month period. I think that's what Councillor Shoemaker was suggesting.
Question through the chair, is council in the vision that they do want to fund that?
Just to my question, I think it's not that if we want to fund it, we absolutely want to fund it. You know, drainage is a very core role to roads. And we've identified over the last couple of years, it is a challenge and we need to do better. I think it would be $100,000 well invested. I know our current budget position is difficult, I know there are no hollow logs there because we've all been through the budget with a red pen, but I'm just wondering is that if we were to increase that, how that actually, at this point in the budget, how does that, I'm mindful there's no money tree, but if we were to increase your budget by $100,000, probably GM Susan, is that possible? How would we go about it? I know it's a really hard question, but, I'm mindful we can keep kicking this can down the road and saying, oh, we'll hope to fund it someday.
Is that just for a 2-month trial?
Yeah.
So that would be as another, it would
And
be a
note
2-month
that
trial.
$300,000 unallocated funds is capital funds, Councillor Jones. If we could make this a capital program,
GM Meehan, would you like to comment on that? Is that something that's achievable?
How do we, move that?
Through you, Madam Chair. So it would be something that would, Susan's going to stab me. That money, if the chair was happy to take a 5-minute adjournment, I could go and make an inquiry and give council an answer in relation to that. The reason why I say that, council may have the opportunity to unfund a proportion of their capital, of that remaining capital, which would increase your deficit but increase your operational budget if you wanted to redirect. I don't know if you can do that, but I would go and ask the question.
Will there be an opportunity to review that as part of the next budget committee meeting, or is the next budget committee meeting adoption? Is the proposed budget? Could that perhaps come back to that proposed budget? Think about it, and if it's not achievable, by all means, I'll accept that, but if it is something that, even if we could start somewhere, even if you only fund and do a trial, or see how it could work, just see what we could do to slip it in there.
So do we want to, so we've got a motion on the table. Do we want to add that as a second dot point?
Can I?
Sorry, Councillor Erkins.
Can I just add that I don't think it's a simple matter of putting drains in on some of our roads, because I believe that some of our roads that have been there our gravel roads that have been there for years and years, they go down and down the roads and the sides are up and up. So, it's not a simple matter of just putting a drain in, because a lot of the times the sides of the roads are actually higher than what our roads are. So, I would have thought that would be something that's done when you're doing the reforming or the big roads, but I don't think you can go and do it just on our ordinary gravels. I mean, I'm not sure, but I believe that's, when you're redoing a road, re-gravelling and all that, then maybe, but the other ones, when you're just grading them, I don't think it's really, it would be cost, what you're doing wouldn't actually wouldn't do the job. So you've got to choose where it's done, so long as it's not a trial and they go trying to put drains where they're not going to work.
So thank you, Councillor, because I'll take that as a speaker against, but we were just going to actually, did you want to add that to that because I want, yes.
Maybe the point is just that a review of the proposed operational budget for infrastructure be undertaken to assess if $100,000 drainage program could be incorporated in the 23-24 budget, and that a report and that this item be discussed at the next budget committee meeting. Something like that.
General Manager Mead, is that wording sufficient, do you think, to cover what we're trying to achieve?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. So I think the way forward for us will be to go away and just have a chat with our colleagues.
Yeah.
If, when that budget hits the table, if there's an option to redirect, yeah, we'll have that discussion and give council some options for that based on, I think the intent is if it can be, if there's available funds, can that be used for that purpose, and give you some options. So we're quite okay with the resolution. I think we'll meet the intent, and I think from the feedback is we're happy to proceed to trial with the multis and see if that.
I think it's a service level discussion. It's a long-standing service level discussion, and yeah, we know it comes at a cost, but unless we start trialling some of these things, we're not going to shift the dial any. We'll just keep doing what we've always done.
So, Councillor Erkins, are you happy with that additional dot point? Okay. So, do we want any more discussion around it, or we're happy to move forward and vote on this? So, is everyone clear on what we're voting on? I can read it out if you need me to read it out again. No? So, we're ready to vote? Councillor Potter, are you ready to vote? All those in favour?
Yes.
Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. So now we move on to item 7.8, Macaulay Weir Access Road Safety Audit. So I'll hand over to General Manager Meehan to speak to the report.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll get James to join me. He's a bit more learned in this space. So just for way of history for council, so our previous resolution was to go away and do a review of the road based on a notice of motion and council resolution to look at allowing re-access to the public to Macaulay Weir on a limited basis. And our intent for that would be a trial and then undertaken through review to see whether that access was working or if changes needed to be made. A couple of points there. That the report is quite heavy, and I can appreciate that. There's a bit of technical risk management information there. We engaged a road safety engineer to do a review of that road. So they went for a tour of that road with James and his team and the independent engineer. The main thing there, just for summary for council, is that the road is currently locked with multiple locks on the gate, which people have access to. There has been some issues with those locks being interfered with, or a person who's been unable to unlock their lock, essentially to exit due to either misuse or a mishap with the locking of that gate. One of our recommendations there is that the lock would remain on that gate, but it would be a council-controlled lock only. So by that, I mean is that property owners would have keys to that. It would be a central key register applied to that. So that way there is no opportunity for someone to lock someone else out or lock someone else in that cannot get out. And we believe that should happen as part of that program. The main thing that was identified by the safety engineer, and I'll just draw council attention to page 85, and in the middle of page 85 there, so that the main key points there to look at is that option one is that you keep as is and maintain the status quo, which means the gate remains locked and it's generally to property access only. The option number two was to provide access to a low number of visitors. So by that, we mean that there's protocols to control that. I think the suggestion was that there would be a key system where a person up to a limited number of individuals could go and book a key for the weekend to go down there during daylight hours and travel that road and access that, and there would be a limited number to do that. The number three option is to provide unrestricted access. That would be removal of the locks completely or removal of the gate and maybe installing a grid, which means it would be open to full use by the public. The main issue that the safety engineer has identified to us is the a couple of the alignments, particularly in the passing vehicles and warning sections. So I just draw council's attention to page 86 and 87. There's a few risks there that have been identified by the engineer, and the main one there is really around passing vehicles on narrow and warning sections. And the key things there is about managing that risk, and the options there are really to put in passing locations in that area to manage that through there. The other thing is to actually go through and widen the road in some of the narrowed sections there as well, where we lack vision and unable to install, say, a give way sign and those sort of things. Just on page 87, there's further options there around managing risk to deal with the narrow sections. The main one there that we see is the optimum solution, if council was to trial reopening to partial, would be to put in a traffic light system. Myself and the other engineers travelled that road last week. It's a fairly large task to go and cut into the side of the mountain there. There would be a number of issues that we would have to work through, and things could get very expensive very, very quickly in relation to the stability of the slope. The road itself, we believe, is actually in good condition. There's some works there that need to be done, such as minor gravelling and those sort of things. But our main concern there is particularly between probably the pump house and the lower grid, is that the road is quite narrow and it's got a hard bank up at the side of it. Our intention would be to come up with a solution based on a traffic light control mechanism through there. We believe that would be a cost-effective solution that we could put in place if council wanted to trial to do that. We think it's a low-cost option, and basically we would go through and do other minor works to the road to basically make safe and do regular maintenance on that network through there to manage that. So there's a number of other recommendations that the engineer has made, which basically relations into the guideposts and clearing and those sort of things, which could be done under normal operations of a network. But the main part for us is really the report has shown to us that the road can be reopened, and there's risks involved with that depending on how it's reopened. But like the last one, we would support a trial to open under a limited basis with a council-controlled lock. What we're suggesting to council there is that council budget 90,000 for safety upgrades at the first quarter review to be allocated from savings from 22-23. So why that I mean is that identified savings that we floated with council previously would be allocated to that program at the first quarter review, from this year, which is likely we expect to be available to us. The other part to that is that council reopen Macaulay Weir on a limited basis with controls and protocols to be implemented as needed by, you would delegate to Mark as the CEO to do that. And we would also put in protocols in relation to council control locks on that, or council controlled lock on that gate as well, so that way there's no opportunity for another lock to be placed on there without a permission. That road is a council road. It is actually an open road which is controlled by a gate. So council is responsible for the activation of that gate and the controls that are placed on it. So, JD, I don't know if you had anything else you wanted to add, but what we're suggesting there to council is that we would, if council was to resolve our recommendation, we would work with our traffic engineer to go away with implementation of solutions and look to implement those at the first quarter review to reopen. And that's us, Madam Chair.
Any other comments? So the recommendation is moved by Councillor Erkins. Someone to second that? Councillor Henson. Speakers, would you like to speak to the motion? Councillor Erkins.
Yep, through you, Madam Chair. I'm very happy with that. I think a trial. I think the option of lights. Then, if it doesn't work, we haven't done a lot of work on the road for it's not costing us a lot of money. They can be reused somewhere else. So I'm pretty happy that we give it a trial. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work, and we stop it. If it does work, well, I think the community would be very happy to have use of the weir.
So do we have any other speakers? Councillor Potter, are you right? You happy? Okay, so we'll go to the vote. And the recommendation as read, as on the page 82. All those in favour? All those against? So it's carried 6-1 with Mayor Otto voting against. So now move on to the water and wastewater portfolio report. So I'll hand over to Deputy Mayor Jones to present that report.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to present the water and wastewater portfolio as read, considering running way behind time. And again, same with the infrastructure. It's all there on the website of council for anyone to have a look at. So yeah, just like to present it, that the water and wastewater for the month of June be accepted. Thank you.
So would you like to, sorry, yes, Mayor Otto's leaving the room. So Deputy Mayor Jones, did you move your report? Okay, someone to second that? Councillor Erkins?
Yep, I will.
So I know we're running short of time, but I did want to just raise, so it comes up all the time in the water reports that we have that large allocation from BP Dam, and whether it can be a question on notice, but whether we could, there's been talk in Division 5 about perhaps allocating that to the Moffatdale area as untreated water, and I just wanted to get a view on whether that's something we can achieve, or at least a report be brought back on to what we can do with that unallocated water, whether it could be brought back as unpotted, as a report be brought back as to the options with unpotable water for Moffatdale area. So if General Manager Mead, would you like to just comment if that's something that I could put as a question on notice, or just something that we can look at that big allocation now, because the meatworks has been sold, it's not going to be used for any industry in the foreseeable future. So I just wanted to talk about that water.
So Madam Chair, you're talking about redirecting Mergen's water allocation on their declared area to Moffatdale.
That BP Dam allocation to Moffatdale. Just wanted to have get some ideas whether that is, or what we can do with that allocation. I know we pay for it and we don't use it, so I just wanted to flag that here today. We're short of time, but I just wanted to flag it. Thank you.
Okay, through you, Chair. There's a couple of points with the Mergen water supply. So we have 1,400 meg allocation. 1,038 meg of that is actually out of the Baranba River itself. So we actually we get that water basically for free until we use over the 1,038. Then we access and we actually pay the Binduma water, the BP Dam water. We have 362 meg high priority allocation out of that. So that's our backup, if you will. So that when we get down to the tin tax, where we've got to release the water, you know, when the dam gets down to around 10%, council's the only one that's got the high priority water out of that. If we got rid of that, we don't have that option anymore. So when we're in that drought situation, if we didn't have that 362 megs of high priority water in BP, we could not ask Sunwater to release that water so that we could top up our Mergen water supply. So the majority of our water allocation is actually in the Baranba Creek, which is below there. You can't transfer up. And that actually costs us nothing. But the high priority water, we pay for that every year, yes.
Okay, so that pretty much answers my question. I just was wanting to know if there's something we could do with it, with that allocation, but you're saying you're using that as backup. So that's good.
That is absolutely correct, Councillor, because, so that's our emergency supply, basically.
That's fair.
Yep.
All right, okay, so any other questions to the report? So if not, I'll move that. I'll just put it to the chamber. All those in favour? Against? Carried 6 votes to 6 to nil because the mayor is absent. So now we'll move on to item 8.2. Public release of Urban Water Explorer and 2021-22 service provider data on page 97. So I'll ask the officer to speak to the report.
Through you, Chair. Yeah, so basically this is just to alert council that the state government has released this Explorer data. So it's basically it's comes about as the results of all our KPIs. So all these reporting indicators that council has to provide as a service provider to the regulator every year. So it's just a one-stop shop to compare relative councils. So you can get online and you can type in 2 councils. There's an example there where it's North Burnett, South Burnett. And it's basically data that's produced from our annual KPI results. So it's just alerting council that it is there now.
So any questions to Manager Tim? So would someone move that we note this report? Councillor, Deputy Mayor Jones, someone to second that?
Yep.
Councillor
I will.
Potter? Any questions? No further comments? All those in favour? Against? Carried 6-0. So now we'll move on to the Natural Resource Management Compliance and Environmental Health Portfolio Report, and I'll hand over to Councillor Henchen to present his report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gives me delight to present this Rural Service and Natural Resource Management Report. In the weed management, treatment of known mother of millions infestations has now completed. I'm going to read my report, so I do apologise. It's always a bit in this. Infestations has now been completed throughout the main road network. Mother of millions appears to be more active this season due to favourable conditions suited to the growth of this dominant weed species. Small isolated infestations of giant rat-tail grass have continued to be treated in known areas across the council road network due to earlier rainfall received in April and early May. Council staff have undertaken property and roadside inspections for both Parthenium weed and mother of millions, with fireweed inspections beginning in the last week in May for blackbutt and South Menango areas. And in feral management and animal management, the first baiting program for 2023 was held from the 3rd to the 11th of May, with a total of 80 landowners participating, covering 58,290 hectares in total. And this baiting program saw 10 new landowners join, with a total of 5,060 wild dog baits and 2,210 feral pig baits distributed. And if you recall, 2 months ago in my report, we started with 20 people that had showed initial interest, that went to 58 or 50 odd, so, and then up to that total of 80 people. So that's a great result there. Project update in the Building and Invasive Species Management Alliance. There's 3 or 5 workshops organised to be held over the May-June period, have been held with several key presenters from within the industry, such as the National Wild Dog Coordinator. The first workshops in Gameri was a success with 12 landowners present, and the last 2 scheduled workshops will be held at the end of May and start of June for Monto and Mandubra, with the last burst of advertising occurring in these areas this week to try to improve attendance and numbers. And might I add on that, I attended the one in Proston and I attended the one in Mandubra and Monto, and in the North Burnett it was fantastically received. It was seriously disappointing for the work that goes into there, and the community bangs on about things that they want or need. There was 0 turned up in Nango and 0 turned up in Proston. And it was publicised everywhere in our network, in social media. There was flyers on walls of shops everywhere. So I think it's extremely disappointing. And I know people are busy with the current weather conditions, but it was truly, and in North Burnett, and I attended both of those, it was extremely well received and very, very well presented, and a credit to the staff. And Talisha, one of our staff members, was a coordinator of that, and a huge amount of work went into that, and it was a seriously great concept. In fire management on council reserves, the maintenance and repair of fire trails and access tracks is progressing in line with the scheduled burn program of council reserves. Wandai West Reserves is the next area scheduled to be burned by Rural Fire Brigades on the 4th of June. And in resourcing, Jim Wilmot finishes his tenure with council mid-June, and we thank Jim for his guidance and support to the team over the recent months, and a personal thank you for Jim. He's always been good to work with. Environmental health for April 23, increased smoke complaints have commenced as per the season, and Queensland local government have been advised consultation period is open for the proposed State Food Act legislative changes, and there are a number of changes which will affect the food business starting from December 2023. There's also changes that will be required to be implemented within council, including changes to the licensing system, food inspection process, electronic systems in Tech 1, etc. Environmental Health has completed the RSVP trapping for this season as part of a statewide mosquito surveillance program, and no detections of Aedes and Aegypti were found, vector for dengue fever, Zika virus, and etc. Requests has come through from the Darling Downs Public Health Unit asking councils for capacity to assist with the Japanese encephalitis virus surveillance program, and currently reviewing if council has sufficient resources and what training is needed and equipment for light trapping use CO2 gas canisters in the field. WH&S providing advice in this space. A law firm has approached Environmental Health Australia with concerns raised about environmental health officer resources across the state and Australia-wide, and there are industry concerns regarding the psychological impacts to EHOs. And does that surprise us that the staffing issues doesn't just limit itself to one particular area or agency? With that, Madam Chair, I'd like my report for Natural Resource Management, Rural Services and Agricultural Innovation, Compliance, Environmental Health be received. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hitchens, and that's seconded by Deputy Mayor Jones. Any speakers to questions? We'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Now move on to Natural Resource Management, Rural Services, Agricultural Innovation, Operational Update. Just the Natural Resource Operational Update, sorry. So would someone like to move that? So Deputy Mayor Jones, someone to second that? Councillor Shoemaker. So any questions? Councillor Shoemaker? Oh, sorry, Councillor Henson. Sorry,
No.
Councillor Shoemaker.
Just had one question. I've noticed in the time I spend at the Bundy Mountains, the wild dogs have become a real issue up there, a significant issue in the residential estate, to the point where I actually went for a walk one morning and a pack of 4, and I mean a pack of 4, run in front of me, probably no further than where you are, Councillor Henson. They're getting very cheeky. They're around in the estate, and I think it's a significant issue. It's just a question on notice. I don't actually know. I've seen the signs go up. I don't know if we're doing any baiting in the area. I understand it's a national park, but that it is a real worry, to the point where I actually won't go walking in the estate anymore, and I know many other residents in the area have the same concern. So it's just a question whether what we're actually doing at the Bundy Mountains in relation to wild dogs, if we can do anything.
Manager Darrell, would you like to comment?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. Yeah, certainly our officers are having regular catch-ups with the rangers, with national parks up there around the wild dog and dingoes and all that sort of stuff that are being sighted up there. And as you say, yeah, it's a lot of it's national parks. Some of it's, obviously a lot of it's private property as well. But that conversation is happening, and we're offering, to provide that assistance support when it's called upon by national parks.
Yeah, certainly. As a private landholder, I don't know what our responsibility, like whether we can actually bait, but I know I've had other landholders in the area ask me the question. These are small residential plots, but the dogs are a significant issue, to the point where they've actually been on my back deck numerous times. So I don't know what can be done, but I'd really appreciate an update for the residents in that area of some sort, around what we can actually do being a national park in those privately owned estates, because we are still, those ratepayers are paying rates and contributing.
Councillor Henson?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and correct me if I'm wrong, Manager Brooks, but National Park, and this is a classic example of dingoes, untouchable, they're a protected species, of course, national parks and baiting, where you're dealing with the public. I get phone calls from people up in the Bunya Mountains in the community group up there, and I'm afraid to say that we worked and put signage up there some 18 months ago trying to act as a deterrent for people, but community and holiday goers continue to feed them. And I only recently had a phone call, they can't get them off their verandas. It's disgraceful, and it's mindset with people, and I'm fearful we'll be sitting here one day and there'll be someone bitten up there. And it's no different to Fraser Island, and this comes under national parks and the dingo category. It's a curly one, and our hands are tied to a certain part there, but I don't know what more we can do with community education and tourist education to don't communicate, liaise, engage, feed any of that wildlife up there.
Thank you. Councillor Henson. Mayor Otto?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. It's certainly a very good point. Thanks, Councillor Shoemaker. This matter was discussed at the last BMCAI meeting. And so the Bunya Mountains Community Association have a strategic plan, and they have a community plan as well that underpins that. The community plan information talks about the growing problem associated with the dingoes, with the Bunya Mountain dingoes, and also with, obviously the crossbreeding with wild dogs up there. So they are, I know, working in this space with the rangers around doing a number of things. They're looking at signage, they're looking at education campaign. One of the problems that they've identified, of course, is people leaving food laying around. And what they don't want to happen is the Fraser Island problem to become a problem at the Bunyas, because it'll become a deterrent for tourists. So they're doing a campaign around that, and we have reached out to them to come to council at a community engagement day in the coming months and give a presentation around their community plan, and also around an open dialogue with council, Manager Darrell, around how we can work collectively to try and address this emerging issue at the Bunyas, because as Councillor Shoemaker says, it is an emerging issue and it does have serious potential to impact on the Bunya Mountains and the tourist trade, not to mention, of course, more importantly, the wealth and the welfare of people in that area, as well as our other native species that could be impacted. So look forward to having that group in council and have that discussion in the next couple of months. Just a quick update. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Otto, for the update. Councillor Erkins, would you just mind lifting your microphone, because I can't see when you put the light on? Thank you. Any further speakers to the report? So if not, I'll so we've got a mover was Councillor Jones, and second was Councillor Shoemaker. So I'll put the operational update information be received to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. So now, sorry, we now move on to the Environment and Waste Services operational update. So someone to move that. Councillor Erkins, someone to second that?
Yep.
Councillor Henson, any questions, comments? If not, we'll put it to the vote. All those in, oh, sorry, Councillor Shoemaker.
No, you're right. Just in relation to that waste levy, just tracking that carefully, and it seems we are, just wanted to check how much we're actually overspent in our budget. Sorry, I can't read my notes here.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. I think that's covered in the portfolio report in a little bit more detail, but yeah, we're certainly paying back $160,000 more back to the state for domestic waste to landfill.
So any further questions? If not, I'll put to the vote that the report be received. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Now we move on to item 12.1, the Local Disaster Management Portfolio Report. So that will be Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Look, I'd just like to move this report as read. Thank you very much. It's not a big one, but...
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Someone to second Councillor Potter's report. Councillor Henson. Any questions, comments? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. The next item is 13.1, Waste and Recycling Management Portfolio Report. So I'll hand over to Councillor Potter to deliver that report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move this report as read, but just as per Councillor Shoemaker's question before was the waste levy payments I believe she asked about. So you can see them all there in the report with April's there. So yeah, I'd like to move this report as read. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Someone to second Councillor Potter's report, Councillor Henson. So Manager Darryl, would you like to just comment on that waste levy?
Yeah, certainly. Through you, Madam Chair. Yeah, obviously, yeah, we've been sort of reporting and monitoring what we've been paying back to the state based off the prepayment that we do get from the state government for domestic waste to landfill, and you know, the whole way it's been calculated was based off historical data. So it really depends upon what went to landfill a couple of years ago as to what our prepayment is for this financial year. And obviously, yeah, to be fair, you know, there's probably a lot of recycling that goes into the landfill area from our waste facilities in particular, where we don't have recycling facilities and supervision there to make sure that, you know, our customers are doing the right thing. So as a result, you know, we are paying a bit of a premium back to the state. And we do, the CEO and myself have a meeting with LGAQ tomorrow afternoon, speak of the devil, and where we're going to be talking about those 7 formal warnings, but we'll also be raising that particular issue just in relation to the financial burden the levy is having on the local government and us in particular.
Thank you, Manager Darryl. Just on that, you probably need to meet with the group that you're talking about with the formal warnings, but the no weighbridge has been installed in the Mergen landfill. I was just going to ask how that's going to be addressed.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. Madam Chair, there's no intention to install a weighbridge at the Mergen facility. Our intention, I think, based off the workshops that we've had, is we want to try and fill and to capacity the landfill at Mergen, and then obviously still have a transfer station there so the residents don't lose anything from what they can do at that facility. So, you know, it's hard to justify, you know, the spend of a weighbridge there when, you know, the landfill's only got a limited lifespan left.
So just on that, then where do the Mergen businesses take their commercial waste if there's no landfill?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. Obviously, it's a bit like the Black Butt report that we've got coming up, but certainly the most efficient way for commercial businesses to have their waste managed is through a collection service from their property, from their business. You know, get a JJ's bin or a Cleanaway bin or, you know, whatever fixed bin or whatever, you know, you want to use, and have that collection from your property is the most effective way of getting your waste managed at your business.
But there would be a lot of builders and just people like just tradies that would need to dump commercial waste. That probably it would be inefficient for them to be trying to take it back to a bin at their property or their home or wherever they operate from. Just yes, if you could comment, thank you.
Yeah, certainly. You know, a lot of building sites do have bulk bins or skip bins at their work site, so that's how a lot of the builders and trades sort of utilise those. Yeah, they, you know, waste from their respective work sites.
Thank you, Mayor Otto. Sorry, Councillor Shoemaker.
I'm really nervous about the Kingaroy landfill. And the report that's here that says we've had a number of, we're exceeding our tonnage, and we've had a number of warnings in relation to that. And I know we've workshopped that, but how are we managing that risk, or what as an organisation are we doing to address that? I know there's a longer term conversation that has to be had around, the development of new landfill facilities, but this is a significant concern, and I guess want some reassurance that we're not going to get pinned from the department tomorrow, and we're going to be able to continue operating this facility. I guess what are the interim measures while we work out all of these prickly situation that you've inherited, Manager Brooks?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. Yeah, no, we've certainly working through with Joel Harris. He's presented to council a couple of times now. So he and his team have been given the project to work through that Environmental Authority amendment, and then that's right up there, as well as working out what our landfill strategy is as the top two priorities amongst all the other things that we've got him to do with supervision contracts and all that sort of thing. So we have weekly project meetings with Joel, working through where things are at and where the roadblocks are, and what other additional information that we do need to provide to him. We have had that pre-lodgement meeting with Des already in relation to the amendment to the Environmental Authority, and we just need to work through what we actually want to do with these different thresholds, not only at Kingaroy but also Mergen, Nanango and Wondai waste facilities as well. So it would be a significant major amendment to the Environmental Authority, but it needs to be done to make sure that we're compliant.
Yeah, I guess just further to that, and noting that we've had 2 workshops now with your team, in terms of council support or development of this strategy, just post-budget, I guess, ideally, how are we going to collectively work together to actually iron out these issues? Is there a program for council in terms of workshops or discussions, or how do you see this line of communication and this work on that longer term piece around our capital investment, these sorts of things, actually panning out over the next 6 to 12 months? Do you have a strategy around that?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. I think, if you show me the money, we'll be able to solve the problem for you. And obviously that takes time, but obviously, there's some significant capital expenditure that's going to need to be spent in this space. But firstly, we need to work out what the options are and go through a process around what's the most economically, not only in the short term, but also for the whole of life of that asset going forward. So, and that's what we're working through with Joel at the moment is those options, and obviously we're looking at that Nanango option and also outside the Shire. They're sort of apples and apples, cost-wise at the moment, but we're just working through the fatal flaw mainly for that Nanango one, because all we need is something to trip up there, and the costs go up another 300,000, whatever, and then that might tip us going a different way. But nothing money and time and people won't fix.
Yeah, thank you. I just think this is a strategic priority for council, and I guess I'm really grateful to hear that you're meeting with the LGAQ to fly the flag tomorrow. I think that's really important. The state government burden of trying to really pushing these costs down at the end of the day to our ratepayers is unacceptable, and I am very keen to follow this. I guess just really apprehensive that it doesn't just remain an issue on our list and we look at it in 12 months' time and say, oh, we should have done something 12 months ago. Just want to make sure we're actively working on it. And if you need more resources or people, I think somehow we have to prioritise that and make that happen.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Mayor Otto.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just, Manager Darrell, just in relation to a couple of items here. First of all, so the Mergen facility, the landfill's obviously filling up rapidly there, reaching end of life. Expected time frame around that? Do we have any a date or approximate year when that might be at capacity and we might have to go to a transfer station arrangement?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. That's probably the detail that we're working through at the moment, and certainly that'll be part of the next collection contract, is trying to divert the waste from the northern part of the council area to Mergen and probably give Wondai a bit of a break. So that sort of logistical stuff is currently being worked through at the moment. But I'd like to think in the next couple of years we'll be able to fill that landfill up based off current estimates and volumes.
Right. Once that landfill's full and we close the landfill and we go to a transfer station, will that mean that the Mergen commercial sector will have two options: to either get a privately arranged pickup by a provider, be it JJ or someone else, or take their commercial waste to another council facility? Would they have the option to still use a council facility for commercial waste, and would that be Wondai, for example?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. Yeah, we do have an application for funding through the Levy Ready grant program to install a weighbridge at Wondai, and we're quite hopeful that that will be successful. So we're anticipating that a weighbridge will be installed at the Wondai waste facility.
And so that would need to be through that funding program that you spoke of. Just in terms of this waste collection, this waste levy, so we received 1.42 million from the state to offset the cost of the waste levy for domestic waste. This equates to an average of 118,000 approximately per month. Now, if we look at that, and we've spent to the end of April 1.34 million, which we've remitted to the Queensland government, and if we're spending an average of 118, so that means that my trusty calculator tells me we'll get to one. We would, if May and June were the average, would that take? Well, am I correct in saying that that would take us to 1.58 million, and thereby leave us $160,000 over our $1.42 million budget? Would that be correct?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. Yeah, that's correct. Yes.
Okay. So that being the case, General Manager Jarvis, would we have that built in at this stage to our third quarter review? Possibly not. I'm thinking, would we need to do? Is that likely to add to our deficit, or we done any budget revisions around that at this stage? I'd imagine not, in terms of the fact that we've probably only just become aware of this, but will that be an extra 160 that will go to our deficit?
Through you, Madam Chair, yeah, obviously that needs to be found out of the waste budget, and obviously with the levy payments, we're always sort of like 2 months behind where we actually are at a certain point in time. But no, certainly that needs to be factored into the budget, and as I might have communicated earlier, like the prepayment for next financial year is $55,000 less than what we received this year. So we're coming from a worse position than what we are this financial year.
So despite our best efforts in recycling, we're still going to go 160,000 potentially over by 30 in this current year's budget, and then we're going to get $55,000 less next year. Doesn't paint a pretty picture, unfortunately, for us in terms of the way in which the state is managing this for councils. But thank you for all the work that you and your team do. Just another matter there, Manager Darrell. There's some fairly alarming images here on pages 127, 128, I think, and 129 of some of our waste facilities in the South Burnett. We see one that looks like it's on fire, another one with fridges and all sorts of things. And I think another one, we've got a utility or something on fire or burnt out or something. Here we go, page 128. Tyres and utility burnt out. I'm probably keen to hear a little bit more about those images that you've included in the report. What are your concerns around those, and where do you see us going in this space in terms of what we know you've raised with us before around issues of illegal dumping and illegal activity in some of our dumps, so particularly the unsupervised ones, of course. Yeah, appreciate a bit more information on that. Thanks, Manager Darrell.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. Obviously, the first slide there of the bin on fires at Cumbia, so that was a Sunday morning job. We don't know what caused that, whether it was hot coals or battery or what have you. But yeah, we had the fire brigade from Kingaroy go and attend that one. The burned out vehicle was at Malar, so that was an old landfill site, old transfer station site. Police were made aware of that, but because, and I think it's fairly common that motorcyclists or the dirt bike people get in there and have a pretty good time around that reserve. But yeah, of concern is the images there with all those tyres that have been disposed of. So that's can't remember which site it was, but it was one of those sites that are open 24/7, so people can go in there from any location to basically do whatever they want. And we left with the surprise, Monday morning or Tuesday morning, whenever we're there we are on site. Then obviously, tyres and that sort of quantity are not accepted at those sites, so we need to do something about it. So it's just there's no supervision. It's just basically a free-for-all, and our waste collection team and contractors are left to tidy up their mess.
Yeah, thank you, Manager. So there's some fairly alarming sites there with the tyres and with all of these, these sort of bulk items spread across the landscape there in some of these facilities. So what's the process then? Council staff come along, they discover this, they then obviously this has to be tidied up. Do they then go and engage a contractor? Is that an expensive exercise? How is this burdening council's budget? Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. Yeah, obviously, we don't have the capacity, or we don't call upon any other sort of area within council to assist. We've got a contractor that we generally go to assist with the cleanup, so they go out there with their excavator or backhoe or whatever they need to do the tidy up. So yeah, and obviously with the location and number of these sites scattered around the South Burnett, we are paying for a lot of mobilisation and time, taken to repair or tidy up these sites to the standard that they should be at. But then the next week, we're back there again doing the same thing. So it does get pretty frustrating for everyone involved.
Councillor Erkins.
Through you, Madam Chair. Manager Darrell, since we've introduced the recycling, has our load to the dumps gone down significantly?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. Since the recycling, obviously it's what's coming up to 6 months. We've probably diverted maybe 1,000 tonne away from landfill.
What percentage would that be?
Oh, it'd be pretty small. Like I think we're up around the 20,000 tonne to landfill. Don't quote me on that, but it's around that 20,000. I think it's been historical across the South Burnett.
Yep.
So yeah, it does have an impact and does improve. But as you can see from some of these photos, the amount of scrap metal and cardboard and all that sort of stuff that could be
I wonder
diverted.
whether, so we've been taking, when we've put out the promotions, we've been taking the environmental route. I wonder whether we shouldn't now push the financial costs, because I think people are pretty aware of costs rising. So, maybe, because I don't think we've really pushed that. So maybe along with that, the message of what's good for our environment, stop landfill, how much it's going to cost, because eventually that will be passed on to our ratepayers. So maybe we should look at, telling them now that, if you don't start using your recycled bins that you're paying for, you're also going to be having to, pay for our landfill. Because I don't really think that people have got the recycled bins, but probably not really. It's a lot easier just to chuck it into one bin than to go through it. But as I said, if we use the financial impact that it's going to have, whether that would be make any difference. Would we be able to do that?
Manager Darrell, could we work with maybe Councillor Potter and the Mayor to get a media release out around that, what Councillor Erkins has suggested?
Yes, yeah, most certainly. And I think, we did, with all the messaging did go out, I think there was some financial elements to it, but it was probably mixed in with a whole heap of other messaging. But as far as I'm concerned, and, from a financial perspective, the most valuable piece of land council's got is their airspace at their landfill. I still don't know of anyone who's told me different, but, when you look at a next landfill cell potentially being $5-6 million to build, and it might give you 15 years, it's significant dollars involved. So,
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Did you want to, you want to speak again?
Yes.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair. Just going on through that, I don't know whether this is the next item, but the landfill, sorry, not the landfill, the transfer stations, where you're talking about having them open from 8 to 5, Wednesday, Saturday, Sunday, I just didn't know whether we could save a couple of hours on that for, especially during winter. 5 o'clock in winter now is pretty dark. We could probably bring that back a little bit and save a few hours.
I think sorry.
through you, Madam Chair, I can suggest midday if you like.
So I think that's the next item where we're talking about the times. So we'll are there any other questions or comments relative to the, sorry, I guess Councillor Potter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just we did a big media release on this about I think 2 months ago, with regards to the rubbish that was being left and everything like that, and we did sort of try and get people to start, if they saw something, to let us know, because eventually the ratepayer is going to have to pay for this. And this is something that they really do need to know, that this is costing us money, and especially with the unmanned unmanned places and the ones that aren't fenced, we may have to even look at closing them, or if we do, we have to fence them. But then you're just going to, this is a huge issue, just the whole thing, talking about rubbish and transfer stations. This is a huge workshop that we're going to have to work through, and it's not going to be it's not a pretty sight, but it's not going to be a pretty workshop, and it's going to be expensive.
Thank you, Councillor Potter, 100% agree. So are there any other comments or questions around the report? So if not, we've had Councillor Potter move her report and Councillor Henson seconded. So all those in favour? Against? Carried 6-0. The Mayor Otto has left the room. So now we're moving on to memorandum transfer station. We've got officers' recommendation that the committee recommend to council that from the 1st of August 2023, the memorandum transfer station be open to the public on Wednesday, Saturday and Sunday between the hours of 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. and that a communication campaign be implemented to advise of the change of operational days and times. So I might ask Manager Darrell to speak to that recommendation.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So I think it was back in December where council resolved to put the operational hours back at the memorandum transfer station, and since then we've been monitoring it. I think those hours were 6:30 to 4 p.m. Overall, I think the trial's been very successful. I think it's proved a couple of things. I think it's proven that previous to these hours that residents from probably Kingaroy in particular used to use Memorandum once the Kingaroy landfill had closed. Obviously, due to the proximity, Memorandum is to Kingaroy. It's not that far to travel and dispose of your waste if the landfill at Kingaroy was closing or shut. It stopped a lot of obviously a lot of behaviours that we were being reported at night time. People going in there after hours, and anyone who wants to go to a landfill after hours is generally up to no good. Whether that's dumping stuff illegally or pinching stuff or setting bins on fire or getting into bins themselves. So we have had a couple of reports of some materials dumped at the front gate, which is probably not surprising. But in the whole scheme of things, the trial was successful. So it's about moving forward in relation to what we do with the facility and what hours we have that open to the public. And we've made the recommendation there that after that community education and phase, that it'd be open those 3 days a week, which is sort of in line with like facilities in other areas of South Burnett.
So do we have any questions or comments for Manager Darrell? If not, would someone move the recommendation? Moved by Councillor Erkins, someone to second that?
Yep, I will.
Councillor Potter, any discussion? If not, all those in favour? Against?
Yep.
Carried unanimously. So now we're moving on to Blackbutt Transfer Station Commercial Waste, item 13.3 on page 132. So the office's recommendation is the Blackbutt Transfer Station continue to operate with domestic waste being the sole waste acceptance criteria. I'll just ask Manager Darrell to speak to that recommendation.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So this is a operational plan action for us to do the investigation into the prospects of opening up the Blackbutt waste facility for commercial waste, and I think we've sort of outlined the reasons, or what we need to do if we were to accept commercial waste, and it's really a matter of does council want to fund a weighbridge there, and do the additional reporting around the waste levy requirements, and as I alluded to earlier, the most cost-effective way for commercial businesses to manage their waste is to have something at their premises and get it serviced on whatever frequency that they require, and pay per collection price, rather than packing everything up, waiting until they got a full load, travel 20 minutes or whatever it is, spend another 20 minutes at the waste facility, come back, it's an hour round trip, say, for example. How that's a good sort of time for business owners, probably not. Whereas they can have a bin on their property, just get serviced, and everything just happens automatically. So happy to take any questions on that, Madam Chair.
Mayor Otto.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair, and thanks, Manager Darrell. You've got so much work going on in your space at the moment in your department, so thanks very much for this report. Manager, you talk about the private collection opportunity for businesses in the Nango to use. How does that compare to the commercial waste charges that are levied, say, for example, at Yarraman? Any idea of what the comparison is? Are they similar, or is it much more expensive to have your own waste collected through a private service in Blackbutt? Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. I mean, there's probably a few different scenarios you can run through. Like I think with your JJ's collection, you don't necessarily need that each week, or you can have 3 collections depending upon how much waste you do generate. I know with recycling, you can also have a recycling bin that's offered from JJ's as well. So you're getting that waste diversion that you may not be getting otherwise. So, but yeah, it really depends upon the contract rate that which we're not privy to with JJ's, and the amount of the frequency of the service, and generally the weight of the bin also, because obviously the levy is based off a tonnage rate to landfill. So yeah.
Thanks, Manager. I meant to say the Nango, back to the Nango. Yeah, okay, thank you.
So Councillor Erkins.
If a business decide that they're going to go through through JJ's Direct and have but they still pay for a council bin, don't they? So, like if we want to encourage them to use that service, we should maybe look at taking off the fact that those commercial operators are paying, because they're paying twice, really.
Manager Darrell, would you like to comment on that?
Just looking at GM Jarvis's face. Yeah, to administer that would be quite challenging, because sometimes a commercial business only needs a wheelie bin. Not everyone needs a 1.5 or 2 cubic metre, 3 cubic metre bin. So, yeah, it would be a bit of a challenge to work through that one.
I do understand that, but it would be, I mean, really, it's pretty rude of us to say to a business, you know, you can't bring your rubbish down to the tip here because we can't handle it, but we suggest that you get a commercial operator to pick up your rubbish and take it to the tip. We can't because we can't pick up that much, but you got to pay for both.
Councillor Shoemaker.
Yeah, I certainly appreciate the report. I know it's a challenge in the Black Butt community with the Black Butt transfer station. I do think, though, in light of the previous reports and the challenges we've got in the waste management space, we just do not have the resources or the funds to expand our services at this point in time. I do know, as a small business operator, actually on our property here in Kingaroy, we do have a JJ's commercial bin. It costs us about $450, and it is so simple to use. When we need it, it's delivered. When it needs to be emptied, it's emptied. That is a cost, yes, as a small business owner, that I do bear, but that is a cost that I also is completely offset. It's an expense that I claim through my business. And as a commercial operator, I think, you know, the operations of small businesses in our region are really up to those small businesses. I think if a small business like mine can arrange a bin to manage my commercial waste effectively, I'm sure many others can as well. You know, I don't see the point in trying to increase the costs for everybody, which would be, if we supported this, we would actually be increasing the costs of the waste management service for all ratepayers across our region. And at this point in time, looking ahead at the capital works that need to be undertaken and the risks that we face, I don't think this is a luxury we have to explore.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Councillor Erkins.
Yeah, I have to disagree with that, Councillor Shoemaker. I mean, you're really asking either one to subsidise for the other or the other one to subsidise for them. But the bottom line is, if it's a service that, if we can't supply ourselves, if council can't supply that commercial pickup, and we're asking businesses, telling businesses that they have to do it privately, I don't think that we can ask them to pay twice for it. I understand what you're saying about you know, other people, but surely if they, you know, do we pay for how many bins we pick up? You know, that should be worked out. If you take out, you know, if you made it more attractive for businesses to go with a commercial bin, maybe more of them would, and, you know, you would offset the costs that way. But, you know, we're really saying you can't bring it to, you know, we can't handle it, you got to pay for it yourself, but so we're double dipping, I believe.
Mayor Otto.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. I know this is something Councillor Jones has been raising in this chamber for some years now, the situation in Black Butt. This is really a challenging one, isn't it? Because we've got a community down there that's probably growing faster than any community in the South Bend at the moment. And the small business sector in the main street is seeing that uplift right across the board. So, for example, if you've got cardboard boxes that you want to drop off that's commercial waste, as I understand it in Black Butt, you've got to go to the Nango. Look, and I'm not certainly suggesting that this is an easy answer, but it's almost as though the government and the department are driving us towards centralising these provision of these services, whether that be inside our region or to a central super dump outside of our region. And I don't know what the answer is going to be for that. But are we going to end up in a day at a time when all of a sudden we're seeing our people in the outlying areas of our region having to bring their rubbish, their commercial waste into a central point? And what's going to be the impact on those communities? So I really feel for the Black Butt people on this one, because I think, you know, it's a community that's worked hard to develop the community. The community has evolved significantly in the last, you know, even in this term of council, growing business sector, a lot happening there, becoming recognised as the inland hinterland of southern Brisbane and probably Brisbane more broadly. and just continue to grow. And we can't provide them with a commercial waste collection facility. So look, I acknowledge the challenge, Manager Darrell. I don't know what the answer is on this one, because as you're indicating there, Manager, that if we have Blackbird as a transfer station with commercial waste being accepted, then we'd have to go to 3 times a week collection service, correct? And that would put increased pressure on the waste collection team. And obviously there's going to be additional reporting and compliance with the waste levy arrangements then, as you're saying. And we'd have to go, because we're not going to obviously, how could that potentially work? And is it worth us investigating some scoping and reporting around a commercial waste bin at Blackbutt transfer station, what the cost of that would be and how would that look? And I guess the challenge then is pricing that, isn't it, in terms of the weights coming in to the transfer station where you haven't got a weighbridge. But I'm keen to understand how that currently happens at Mergen and Wondai, for example. Thanks, Manager.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. So if there's, and the report indicates there on top of page 133 that should a weighbridge not be installed, we have to use deemed weights, which is what the state stipulates as what businesses or people need to pay if there isn't a weighbridge on that site. And once again, depends upon the nature of the waste going in there as to what that rate is. But we know, because we've only got the one landfill, one weighbridge at all our 4 landfills, that this is part of the thing that's killing us with the prepayment going back to the state for domestic waste. Is because we have to deem everything. You pay higher than what the actual tonnage is, or what the actual weight is. For example, when at Kingaroy, if you go out there with a wheelie bin or some domestic waste, you go back across the weighbridge after you've done. So then, we've got that data there as to what that tonnage actually is, or how many kilograms in a lot of cases, because it's generally only a wheelie bin and a bit of green waste or whatever. But when you're deeming waste, you are paying an absolute premium for it, and which then would just cost it out of the market for commercial operators if we went down that deeming path.
And so at the moment, Manager, we're deeming on Mergen, Wondai and the Nango. Obviously the Nango will change once the weighbridge goes in, but we will have to continue to deem on Wondai even after Mergen closes, won't we? So that will continue to be a problem for us.
Through you, Madam Chair, hopefully we'll get that grant funding from the levy ready for that weighbridge at Wondai. And then we'll get weighbridge in at Wondai. So ultimately, our 3 landfills will have a weighbridge each.
Right, so what that means that then all going well with the funding, we could well end up with 3 commercial facilities at Wondai, Kingaroy and the Nango, as that could end up, or in the short term at least, short to medium term, how our commercial waste looks in the South Burnett.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, that's correct. That's probably the goal that we're aiming towards is, and that's obviously if commercial operators wish to transport their own waste to those facilities.
Well, again, if I can just say, Madam Chair, here we go again. The Greenies and the lefties having their way, not probably paying any attention to the fact that this is causing us to centralise services at significant cost to council because we're having to deem commercial waste at these high deeming rates. And here we go again, the war on waste. What about some consideration for the people that live in small, growing regional communities like Blackbutt that are trying to build their community, but they can't have a commercial waste facility because the government's making it too damn hard? Thank you, Thank you, Madam Chair.
So I agree with what Councillor Erkins and Mayor Otto have said, because we're talking about now taking Mergen down that same path. So Blackbutt has never had that, but Mergen's going to be in the same boat. So that's a big business area as well. So we're just centralising and making it tougher for business. And yeah, I think that we need to look at other options. I'm not happy either, and I'm pretty sure Deputy Mayor Jones wouldn't be happy with this option either, because I know that he's got business owners in Blackbutt that probably fairly vocal about what's the current situation and looking to do something to have a better outcome for their commercial waste. So I'm interested to hear, Deputy Mayor Jones, your comments.
Manager Darrell, Madam Chair, probably doesn't want to hear my comments. I made myself very clear. Look, everyone thinks it's unfair. I just want to address a couple of things. The businesses in the main street have looked at securing services from JJ Richards, and they can't get the trucks in to where they need to go, so they have to do it themselves. So the bakery and all that sort of stuff on that side and up that laneway, so the other thing that's unfair is you got an elderly population like everywhere in the South Burnett. We've got handymen down there running around trying to do businesses, gardening and all that sort of stuff, and they go to the dump and it's deemed as commercial waste. So those people either have to wear that cost of an exorbitant fee to dump it there, or they have to pass it on to the pensioner. Now, I hear every councillor say in this chamber how tough pensioners are doing it and all that sort of stuff. So this is just another thing. And I just want to, we're still buying the extra truck, aren't we, for the bins? Now, what was the percentage of usage on that new truck? We were using that extra truck to continue that service, and I thought we had stuff, bad terminology. I thought we had a percentage of the service on that extra truck not fulfilled. It was going to service what we needed, and we still had extra room up our sleeve. Or is that new truck going to be fully utilised to its maximum potential when we buy that new truck? And the other thing, while I'm going, is and I think the Mayor touched on it, what's going to be the cost to put a commercial bin in the dump at Blackbutt, and what's the cost going to be to run a service down there 1 day a week? My other question is, what is commercial waste? Because I've had handymen tell me that they try and take mattresses and that sort of stuff into that dump, and they have to pay ridiculous amounts of money to get a mattress in there to help these poor old people that are trying to do things. So I'm happy that the Mayor's acknowledged and people agree that Blackbutt is probably one of the fastest growing parts of our region in the South Burnett. The whole region's moving forward, but Blackbutt is accelerating very quickly. So, yeah, at this stage, everyone else, all the 4 major towns in the South Burnett do have that accessibility to their transfer stations, dumps or whatever for that. And I will acknowledge that Mergen is heading down that path very quickly. But again, we see how much the rates are in Blackbutt. We all talk about how much everyone pays. Blackbutt's at the top of the tree as far as residential rates and all that sort of stuff go. And they can't take commercial waste to a facility. So I'm happy to work with anybody that's got an answer for it, and I acknowledge the fact that it's very difficult, and I want to acknowledge the staff that have done the work to come back with this information. And it's a tough one, but one of our fastest growing towns, one of our 5 major towns in the South Burnett, and it's the first one that's going to go down this route. So happy to hear any comments.
Mayor Otto.
Yeah, sorry, Madam Chair. I'm finding it very hard not to get emotional about this one. Blackbutt's a growing town, and we can't give them the opportunity to drop off their commercial waste. It's not our problem. Like, I know I can't mention the waste levy because we've now been gagged by legislation which stops us from talking about it. But if I can talk about the services that we provide here, you know, mind you, I will say the Premier did say that no regional community will be left behind. Well, let me tell you, there are towns being left behind right now. And these sorts of things are what leave towns like Blackbutt behind. When they're doing everything they can to grow, people want to move there, they want to live there, there's new businesses potentially opening, the businesses that are there are doing a great trade, and here we go, making it tougher for them. I'd like to see us actually stand up on this one as a council and say, well, you know what? We're going to do commercial waste at Blackbutt, and we're going to cost it and price it every year, and we're going to continue going to the government and saying, you know what, this isn't good enough. This is not good enough. This deeming process is too expensive. It's making it unaffordable for us, and it needs to be reviewed. And I'm sure that we'll get the support of our local member, because I know she's very passionate about this issue as well and has raised it in State Parliament. So, Madam Chair, I'd like to see an alternative motion here on this one, that we start to push and push and push back on this issue, and that we actually in relation to this, the committee recommended to council that the Blackbutt transfer station, that council I'm not sure if scope's the word, but the council scope and costs the provision of a commercial waste transfer station, of commercial waste at the Blackbutt transfer station, of a commercial waste service at the Blackbutt transfer station, and bring a report to the, I'm thinking Manager Darrell possibly to give you some time, August. Is August 2 months enough time? To the August Standing Committee meeting, and if required, Council considers a first quarter budget revision to build the cost of such service. Consider a first quarter budget revision to fund this service. So I apologise for being a bit challenging here, councillors, but I'm sorry. Wandai's got a transfer station for commercial waste. Mergen has got one. I don't know where that's going to land. Let's see how we go in the next couple of years. But
Sorry, Mayor Otto, I just might ask someone to second that so that you can speak to it then. Yes,
Sorry,
someone
Madam
to second that motion. Councillor Erkins, continue, Mayor Otto.
Yeah, I'm probably getting into the point of grandstanding now. Councillor Erkins will slap me on the wrist, but I just think, let's take this on. Let's take this challenge on. Let's cost it. Let's price it. Let's see what it comes back with it. And then let's go to the state government and say, well, this is what it's costing us. This is what the methodology that's applied to the deeming of waste, commercial waste, is doing to us. Let's do it. Let's put the figures up. But at least if we can consider it, I'd like to see the numbers. I'd like to see us consider this service for Blackbutt. I think we owe that to the people of Blackbutt to at least give this let's take a deeper dive on this and give it more consideration before we make a decision. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Otto. Do we have any other speakers? Councillor Shoemaker.
I don't disagree with any of the comments that have been made. Blackbutt is a growing town. Look, by all means, I'd welcome an opportunity to look more closely at the costs. The report here is saying there'll be additional reporting, there'll be additional compliance, there'll be additional budget, operational budget. We are in an operational deficit. We are running an enormous number of waste transfer facilities across the region. And what we know, what I would like to see out of this is what we can project the increases in our waste management levies will be for our ratepayers if we do go through with a decision like this. Because the reality is our ratepayers will pay for this service. And at the moment, knowing the capital works program ahead and knowing the money we're going to have to find to build a new landfill, just sit in that for a moment. We really need to consider this because at the end of the day, we're going to have to pay for it. And if our ratepayers want to have access to two waste facilities from one corner of the region to the other, I'm more than happy to support that, but they need to understand it's going to come at a cost. And at the moment, we just looked at our waste transfer facilities. We know that the costs for supervision of those facilities is increasing. We know there is no place to hide from this. That is the reality. So by all means, I think it's good to cost it so we can make an informed decision. But I think in this, we do need to think about that bigger picture and the network of waste management facilities that we are managing across the region. The risks, the fact that we are paying $160,000 more ratepayer funds this year to subsidise that waste management levy. And after the 5 years of the waste management levy from the state government, there's no guarantee that we will receive any money from the state government to pay that waste management levy. So at the moment it's $1.5 million. You can factor that into your future capital and operational expenses as well. So I'm significantly concerned about the rising costs of our waste management services and our ability as a region to fund them. And so by all means, happy to cost this. I'd also like to understand how many commercial waste operators there are. How much commercial waste can we expect to collect? How do we actually make sure this decision, while it will help out some of those small businesses in the town, and I'm fully supportive of that, absolutely, but we need to make sure that this is the right decision for them. This will offer value for money. So yes, welcome, supportive of the recommendation, but I guess just making everybody very aware that the costs are increasing and this will have a direct impact on our operational and capital programs that are funded by our ratepayers. And this year alone, we are already looking at significant increases which are not going to meet those needs.
Councillor Erkins.
I don't disagree with anything that you've said, Councillor Shoemaker, but I think the motion says it all. Scope, that council scope the cost for the provision of it until we know how much it's going to cost us. We're really, and that's possibly something we can take back to our community when we make the decision.
Thank you. Mayor Otto, to wrap up.
You happy to wrap up?
Yes,
Thanks,
thank
Madam
you.
Chair. Yeah, look, absolutely, hearing what Councillor Shoemaker's saying. But, this is what the government are doing. They've just got us like this and they're just screwing us like this, trying to get a bit more blood out of the stone. And so they want to drive us to centralisation of our services through the limitation of our funding or through these sorts of strategies. I'm not going to sign up for the centralisation of services in the South Burnett while I stand in this chamber. I won't ever support it. I won't ever agree with it. And Sir Joe must be turning in his grave at the moment with the way things are being centralised in this state, and small rural communities are dying because of it. And I'm not going to support that, because what they're trying to do is wedge us. So we've got no way to turn except to centralise our services. And the small communities and people that want to live in small rural towns then have to just cop it on the chin whether they like it or not. Well, I'm sorry, I'm not going to be a part of that. But for this motion, I guess, taking the emotion out of it, bringing it back to the practical work of council. I'd really seek the support of my colleagues. Can we cost it? Can we have a look, Darryl, at that truck, at that third truck? Do we have available capacity with that truck to do that third pickup that Councillor Jones talks about? Is there any way we can manage this to try and keep the cost down and still provide the service to the people of Blackburn? At least in the short term, until we see how this whole state waste levy strategy and how this whole thing plays out over the next few years. So look, I would commend it to the chamber. Keen to see the costings done. Let's have a look at it there. Let's make a more informed decision. Appreciate your support. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Otto. So it's been moved by Mayor Otto, seconded by Councillor Erkins, that council scope and costs the provision of a commercial waste service at the Blackbutt Transfer Station and bring a report to the August Standing Committee meeting, and if required, council consider a first quarter budget provision to fund this service. I'll ask that we, all those in favour? All those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. So now we move on to my portfolio report: Rural Resilience, Disaster Recovery, Parks and Gardens, Property and Facility Management, First Nations Affairs. I'll just summarise my report. Kingaroy Lions Park works for Queensland projects progress with the completion of 2 new picnic shelters and barbecue installed, so that's all happening. Banark First Settlers Park works for Queensland project has progressed with the pouring of the concrete slab for the new shelter and footpath. Boston Railway Park works for Queensland project, that's a good news story, that's all happening. The tender has been released for the Kingaroy Memorial Park catchment flood modelling study. Council implemented community consultation session in Nanango on the 13th of May to obtain community feedback on the proposal to upgrade a vegetation removal from the Ross Gregor walking track. It still continues until closing on the 18th of June. Council implemented community consultation sessions in Mergen on the Hoop Pine. That's still going. It's a Survey Monkey will close on the 18th of June, so there's still opportunities for feedback there. Paduma Homestead, Councillor Henson and Mayor Otto and I were out there at Paduma. That stone store restoration is quite amazing. They're using ant bed and water, and it's really it's very interesting to go out there and just see the three guys working on that. It is a good outcome there. And finally, rural resilience and disaster recovery. There was officers attended the last of the carbon farming workshops, and there was last LARC session was held at the Bunya Mountains. Our disaster resilience officer presented a South Burnett Health and Wellbeing Initiative, the Conversation Carnival, which is currently pending on funding. The implementation of the Pillowcase project has started rolling out. I know some of the councillors are involved in that. Council's Human and Social and Economic Recovery Working Group met on the 12th of May, sharing their information. So that's pretty much a summary of my report. I'd like to move my report. Someone to second that? Councillor Erkins, any questions, comments? If not, I'll put the report. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Now we're moving on to Facilities and Parks Operational Update. That's item 15.1 and page 136. So, Manager Leanne, would you like to speak to that or just summarise it?
No, Council, I was happy with any questions. The report details an outline and an update on all of the capital works projects within parks and facilities. So unless there's a specific question, just happy for Council to review that and adopt that report as is.
So I've got a couple. One is that we were at Paduma Homestead yesterday, and they brought to our attention that the sign, the new Paduma Homestead sign, is perhaps a little tall. It's a bit high. When people are driving along, they can't see it because it's so high, and when they're turning in, they can't see it. So are we doing something about talking to TMR about that one?
Yep. So at the previous meeting, Councillor Henshaw and myself was at that meeting, and we took on board to go back to Main Roads and actually discuss that with them. And we're just waiting on some advice from DTMR, and if that comes back and they're happy with us to lower the sign, we've looked at it in terms of it is actually possible in terms of actually adjusting it and not actually ruining the sign structure. So it can happen. We're just waiting on TMR's approval for that to happen.
Thank you. And the other one is that with the Mergen shade shelters, and I know that there's going to be some restoration on the slabs, but there's been some feedback from the community that a lot of people can't actually get between the seat and the tables because they're too close. And if you have a look at some of the other shade shelters, in like Lions Park in Kingaroy, for example, they're actually further back. And I'm just wanting to know, when they do that, remove the seats to fix up the concrete, is it possible that they could put those seats further back? They adjust those seats because it is causing some challenging issues for people.
Yep, I'll just have to take that on and have a look at that. We would have to re-drill them in. The restoration works on the slabs has already happened in terms of rectifying them, and we're just waiting to have a look. We need to wait about 4 to 6 weeks to see if we're happy with the surface product that has also been put on the slab. So yes, we'll do some measurements on the tables and chairs and where the seats are actually located, and if need be, we'll move them back, but they would have to be re-drilled into the slab.
Thank you for that feedback. Mayor Otto.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I can confirm, Leanne, that I've gone around and tested the seats at different parks. Lions Park's great. Memorandum's great. Wandai, no problems, but when I got to Mergen, I got stuck. So anyone with a bit of a... they had to try and wedge me out. But I'm a bit more portly these days, Manager Leanne, so I had a bit of a belly. You can't actually get in because normally from where the line of the table is to the seat, there's about a 6-inch gap. Now, these seats are actually under the table, so you can't get in. And I do believe, in all seriousness, it's causing issues for elderly people and people with limited mobility as well. So if we could perhaps look at that, that would be wonderful. The other, just quickly, what I had though, was Cumbia Park refurbishment. Just want to, on page 139, in terms of our planning, I know we've got we're looking to do some engagement around that in August, but are we now seriously looking at the recreational reserve as a potential location of choice for the spending of the $200,000 on that, to actually move it away from Apex Park? We had a meeting with the community again on, I think it was Tuesday night. Councillor Henson? Yep. We had a recent meeting out there the other night, Monday night it was, Manager Land. We had a meeting with the community, and again, I had a good turnout, and there was unanimous support for council giving consideration to a relocation over to the recreational reserve. So just want to make sure that we're on track with that. Thank you, Manager.
Yep, thank you for that feedback. I think, yes, certainly through the budget discussions for 23-24, we have an allocation there at the moment for Apex Park just to tidy it up, but certainly there's a project there that we put forward for a major sort of works to occur down in the recreation area, and that's where the playground type of activities would go down into the recreation reserve. And that's certainly why we want to do this community consultation and talk to the children and get some great feedback into what type of equipment and area that they would like to see regenerated down in the recreation area. I mean, we've heard comments around a BMX track. So yeah, let's run those community consultation sessions and get some feedback.
Thank you. Councillor Henson.
Yeah, my apologies quickly, Mr Mayor and Manager Leanne. Tuesday the 13th of July, 5:30 p.m.
Thank you. Just a quick one on that replacement of the Mergen 24-hour free camp area. I see that you've done the design and a condition inspection. So the councillors were thinking, from feedback I got, that it's that 24-hour free camp can just be left as is and just managed for another 12 months, or is that an urgent situation that needs addressing straight away?
We can continue to manage it as is, as we are at the moment. So yes, we could push that out 12 months and continue to manage the facility, so council can take time to work their way through some of the other options for the Mergen Free Camp site. But yes, we could manage it and continue to make the facility operational for the next period of time.
That's good. Thank you. And just one more. Did they, as part of the condition assessment public amenities, was the Mergen Cemetery toilets assessed?
Unfortunately not. We've actually missed a couple of the cemetery toilets, but since then, since your customer request has come in for the Mergen Cemetery, we've had a good look at it. We've done an assessment of it, and we've worked out what we can do there. There certainly needs to be some minor maintenance undertaken just to tidy up that facility, fix up some of the water leaks that we've got there. So we'll be undertaking that under our general OPEX budget and just fix those minor issues. But yep, we've now picked up the cemeteries in that condition assessment for amenities.
Thank you. That's great news. So, Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, and thank you for the comprehensive report. I just wanted to acknowledge the work that's gone into planning the winter program. I was reading about here in your report just the different activities that you'll be undertaking, and I just think that's a wonderful outcome for the team to really use that opportunity when we're not mowing grass to be doing some of those smaller projects that we don't often get an opportunity to. So congratulations and thank you to the staff. I think across the region you can see a remarkable difference in some of those little jobs that are often paid attention to. So thank you.
So can we have someone to move that the facilities and parks operational update be received for information? Someone to move that. Councillor Shoemaker. Someone to second that. Councillor Henson. We'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Councillor Potter, are you online? Oh, carried.
Yes, I am.
Oh, so, were you voting in support of that report? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Carried unanimously. Thank you all. So now we move on to, so now I've actually got a motion, and so I apologise for the this motion because I didn't put it through the correct channels, but it's rather urgent because of the timelines. Because now I spoke to Leo Gerrity yesterday, and they're talking about having the opening of that. It's called the 55 Million Years Ago Museum in early July, and just because of the timelines, I needed to put this to this particular standing committee meeting. So I just asked for the leave of council to put this one forward. That council liaises with the Creative Country Association of Bergen as to the possible completion of the following works in support of the future opening ceremony for the 55 million years ago museum. Permission to install signage within the council garden bed at the front of the centre. Replacement of damaged concrete at the garden bed in front of the centre, refurbishment of the garden beds with mulch, bark and suitable plants, and completion of line marking for the angle parks in front of the centre. I just asked for someone to second that. Councillor Erkins.
Yep.
So just in speaking to that, the line marking is already, it's dotted, but they just have, the angle parking hasn't just been put in there. So it's marked but not completed. The refurbishment of the garden beds is a custom request that's been in for quite some time. The replacement of the damaged concrete, someone's just driven over one of those recently and smashed the edge of the garden bed. It just looks really untidy. The other garden beds are really nice, but just that edge has been damaged. And then they've asked for permission to install a sign, which they already have, and that's been in the system, I believe, for quite some time, and they haven't got any feedback about that. So that's the rationale behind putting this forward to the chamber today. Just around that, we've got Lou O'Brien coming. They're talking about having this opening, and I just wanted to have it looking nice for that particular event. So I'd seek probably Manager Leanne's comments.
Just want to confirm, do you have a date for the opening? It says in coming months. Is that in July?
Mayor, I think it was July the...
Yeah, if I could just clarify, just in terms of the bookings of the dignitaries, at this stage, the 15th of July is the prospective date, Manager Leanne. Mm-hmm. However, that depends on whether or not the BBRF final instalment comes through before Friday of this week. If it does, then they'll be able to get on and finish those few little last-minute touches inside the building and be ready for the 15th July. If the funding doesn't come through until after, till next week or sometime after, then they'll have to put back the opening to probably mid-August. So it's a little bit up in the air at this stage, and would probably require some liaison with them next week, I guess, to determine when the opening is likely to be. It could be potentially even as late as mid-September at this stage if they can't get the work done internally. Yeah. But yeah, we'll know more next week.
All right. Well, yes, as soon as they know, if they could confirm. It is short notice for us to redo gardens in such a short period of time. I know that I did speak to Leo when we were up there doing the Merga and Hoop Pine community consultation, and he did raise the garden beds, and we had a look that evening at just what needs to happen. There are a lot of hedges there, and what they're just asking for us to refresh the gardens and probably plant some species that are more appropriate and have got some sort of link to the actual museum itself. So, looking at some of those, the era from the dinosaur, looking at some of those beautiful plants that could actually complement that. So we've got some ideas around that. We were trying to work with them. It's just the time frame about whether or not we can establish all of that and have that ready. So happy to take it on and work with it, but I have seen it through the customer service request system, so we're probably just working through there. In regards to the signage, unfortunately is out on the actual road. The garden beds are out on the road. The signage is not up against the property on the boundary fence. So we just need to work through with planning and infrastructure on what are the requirements for that signage out there. you know, and our best short response would be we need a tourism sign, a brown sign down on the main road, directing traffic up the street, and then, on the boundary fence somewhere there would be the tourism sign. So I just need to work through that with planning and infrastructure, because their proposal for this sign is really out in the garden bed, out in the street. So yeah, we'll take that on board, and we'll continue to work through with them.
So, thank you. And just Manager Meehan, General Manager Meehan, just with regards to the line marking, is that something that can be achieved?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, I'm just sending an email at the moment just to get the team to go and have a look and get some background. I don't know anything about it, to be honest, but I'll if council wants to have a look at it, we'll just have to see what's required to be done. And it seems trains have been spotted there. It's like it's had spotting down for the line marking, so I'll just find out why that is. So it might have been, was it recently resealed through there at all, or no? It seemed, I wonder if it was just spotted as an interim measure for parking. So the other one too is just the damage of that concrete garden out the front, if that's on the road, and just what's involved with that. We'll have to have a look. I don't have a concrete crew this month, but if it's in early July, I might have to redirect them first week in July to repair that. That's all. So I'll make some inquiries and we'll go from there.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Erkins?
I think it's going to be a really fabulous thing for our region when it gets open. And I think, as much as I know Leo and I disagree on chopping down trees, I'm fully supportive of his of this. I think it'll be great, and what we can do to assist, I think is very much, because it is it's going to be a great thing for our region.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Any other comments? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Now we're moving on to Parks Business Improvement Review by Shepherds. That's item 15.2 on page 144. So I might ask Manager Leanne to speak to the report.
Thank you, councillors. This report was done a little while ago and has come back to council around June 2022. We've been working through the report, and in that time you've also had a restructure with the organisation as well. So there are some priorities identified in the report. There's also some documentation of what was, I think, prior to that, there was a review undertaken, and they've been able to actually reflect and go back and review some of the changes and actions that have occurred from the first report to this second report. So there's been a fair few milestones there reached after that review. So I think that's been a great outcome. Then you can start to see that there's been some new activities, new actions identified, things like, the customer request system, your amenities audit, your winter program, inspection of your trees, and then generating a tree removal policy. So there's a number of things there I can see since I've been here as a manager in parks over the last probably 10 months. We've also started to work on some of those actions that was identified in this improvement plan. So the plan is here. We were going to try to present it to you back in April as part of a PowerPoint presentation to kickstart the budget discussions, but unfortunately at that meeting we just didn't get enough time to actually present this. So I think it's important to bring it through to this meeting and have council adopt it, and we continue to work on this path.
Councillor Shoemaker?
Yeah, thank you. Actually going over the review, it's really impressive how much work's been done, and an enormous congratulations to the team. There's been some real challenges, and it's great to see some solutions and a real proactive focus on the level of service we provide. So congratulations and well done. There's quite a lot of reading here, and I've been over it, but I do, I think this is a level of service that we as a council have leaned in on over this term of council, and I would like some more time to actually digest some of these learnings and really understand the level of service that we are, I guess, providing to the community. I think the benchmarking against other councils is amazing, and to see the costs and the efficiencies and just how much of a tight ship we're running is really, really impressive. And I guess I'm fully supportive of the recommendation. I recognise we're coming into budget, but I would actually like to see us workshop this report and the findings, and guess just have a much deeper conversation about that service level and the new service level standards that we've got here before us today. So, yeah, my request is I'm happy to move the motion and just add a point in there that a workshop, that the business review completed by Shepherd Assessment Solutions be received for information, and that a workshop be scheduled for council to discuss these findings and learnings post budget adoption. Probably seek a seconder for that, Councillor.
So, thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Would someone like to second that motion? So I'll second that motion.
Yeah, thank you for seconding it. And yeah, certainly I think there's a comprehensive suite of data there. I think it is something that we should really look into and work through as a team, and I'd really appreciate the opportunity to understand it better and understand the strategy for maintaining our parks and gardens into the future, and ask some questions.
So thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. So I'd just like to say that I think that it's my portfolio, and I think the parks and gardens have really stepped up, and I know that council's put a lot of effort into making sure we resource it correctly, and I think that it's made a huge difference. I get lots and lots of positive feedback. But I also wanted to say about the benchmarking, I know that the first report, the cost per hectare, cost of maintaining parks and gardens per hectare our council was very poor, and now I was just so impressed to see that we're right up there, like we're right, like low cost per hectare compared with some of the other councils, and I know that's a huge improvement from the last report. So just wanted to give a big shout out to Manager Leanne and the Parks and Gardens team on what you have achieved over the last period of time. So thank you very, very much. Is there any other, Mayor Otto?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Happy to support the motion. It's a good idea that we pull this apart at a workshop, but mainly what I wanted to say is just to reaffirm what you said. We sat in this room some months back with Manager Watt and laid down a challenge to through our CEO to the manager, and obviously the processes that Mark put in place have yielded results. Manager Leanne has continued on that wonderful work. Thank you very much. I just want to say the way in which the Parks and Gardens Department responds to customer requests, actions their work, the quality of the work, and as we went around and had these barbecues and talked to some of those Parks and Gardens women and men, they really are passionate and committed to the aesthetics and the beauty of our region. I think we've got a super team here. I think they really are they really are a quality circle of people in our Parks and Gardens Department, both those that work inside and those out in the field. And I'd really like to say thank you very much for stepping up to the challenge. You drive around this region now, look compared to what it looked like 3 years ago. It's a very different looking place. The gardens, the mowing, and I know it's a work in progress. People will be listening to this going, oh, here's the mayor banging on again. What about the fact that we haven't mowed that little bit of section of, park or something up the back end of town? But gee, I get a lot of comments from people that travel through this region who say, goodness, you present your towns beautifully. And that is absolutely a result of the work done by our management, our internal administrative staff, and our people out on the ground. So congratulations, Parks and Garden staff. You're doing an amazing job, and I take my hat off to you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Otto. Councillor Henson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, extremely impressive review. There's one dot point that concerns me a little bit on page 156. That is the one that staff leave is limited in the summer period that we look into. I hope that in the event of that being reviewed, that we don't, because if staff leave is limited in the summer period, when I'm sure most people would like to go on a holiday in the summer period with their family or their friends or whatnot, if that's the case, staff leave then would be bunched up in the winter months. So that's just, I just want to bring that to attention as a conversation piece, so I'd hope it has no detrimental effect or on our staff, that's all.
Thank you, Councillor Henson. Did you want to comment, Manager Leanne?
Yeah, certainly. Like, since I've been working with the Parks and Gardens team, they are fully aware that that is going to be our busiest period in summer. It's going to be lots of summer rain and lots of lawns to mow. So the staff, they are very proud of their parks and they want to make sure that these look the best they can. So the park staff are willing to, they work in with the organisation and they're willing to take their holidays in other months of the year. It's always difficult over that fortnight of Christmas because that's really family time and a lot of our staff do have families and they love to travel and be with their families. But generally over the rest of the summer months, staff take limited leave and have greater amount of leave in the winter months. So that's why at the moment you're seeing very reduced teams on the ground, and that's because they realise that come summertime they will be needed in the field to prepare our parks and mow after the rain that we have in the summer months.
Thank you. Thank you, Manager Leanne. And if you could pass that feedback on to the staff, that we're very, very happy. So this, that the Parks Business Improvement Review completed by Shepherd Asset Management Solutions be received for information, and then a workshop be scheduled for Council to discuss these findings and learnings post-budget adoption. Councillor Shoemaker, did you want to speak to that or to close, or are you happy? Okay, we'll put it to the vote. It was moved by Councillor Shoemaker, second by Councillor Duff. All those in favour? Councillor Potter? All those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. We'll move on to item 15.3, CCTV installation in parks to improve community safety. The committee recommend to Council that the installation of CCTV cameras to Pioneer Park, Nanengo, Les Muller Park, Blackbutt, QE2 Park, Mergen, and upgrade of the server and licences to support the CCTV operations. That's the recommendation. I'll ask Manager Leanne to speak to the report, to the recommendation.
Thank you, councillors. Through you, Madam Chair, we certainly have received a larger amount of vandalism over the last couple of months in those high priority parks there listed today in the report. We have gone about and looked at introducing some CCTV into these parks. We have got CCTV in Memorial Park and River Road Park in Kingaroy and the rail trail, and we've seen some really good outcomes from that. Since we've had the CCTV in Memorial Park next to the rotunda there, we haven't had any vandalism, touch wood. So we are seeing some benefits. It does deter people away from vandalising those assets, community assets. So our recommendation would be for council to consider CCTV definitely in Les Muller and Pioneer and QE2. QE2 Park in Mergen originally had CCTV, but when we did the upgrades to that area, we identified that a lot of the cameras were no longer operational. So we actually factored that into the Works for Queensland money when we were preparing that first stage of QE2 upgrades, so that would be funded under that Works for Queensland money, but just looking for council's approval to do that. And then the other two parks, we don't have funding in a current program for that, so we're suggesting here today that if you are interested in funding the CCTV in the two parks, Pioneer and Les Muller Park in Blackbutt, our suggestion would be that it would come from the building CapEx restricted cash, and there's currently $400,000 remaining there in that budget. So to install those cameras, we need to continue to upgrade our licences and our hardware to make sure that we actually have the capacity on our server systems, so then the data can be stored and then it's available for Queensland Police to actually then access. So that's what we're proposing in this report here today. for council's consideration.
Thank you, Manager Leanne. Councillor Erkins.
I do believe that Heritage have had a meeting, some of the Heritage Community Bank in Nanango have had a meeting with the police in Nanango about the cameras that they have in Nanango. I don't know whether they spoke about, putting them down at the parks where they're having the issue with, but I know that their cameras there actually go direct into the police station, but maybe before we sort of committed to funding their accounts, we just check and see whether Heritage are considering, because I know they had some talk about they thought that the cameras weren't sufficient to actually identify, but it turns out it was more the settings on cameras, I believe. So because they did have a pretty good system in there, but maybe we could look at, whether that could be fed into the same system. Otherwise, I'm all for them.
Manager Leanne.
Yep, most definitely. We'll take that on board and just check with Heritage Bank if they're looking at expanding their CCTV network. The problem, I think, for this is that they're moving into open space, into the parkland, and there's some legislation that probably impacts them in collecting the data. So we'll just need to work with that. Happy to look into that, but that's what we're doing in our open spaces. We collect the data, we store the data, and the Queensland Police make application for the data, and then they can access the data through the right channels, and that just means that we're meeting our privacy legislation. So we would just need to check on the legislation if Heritage Bank was going to fund, what organisation is the legislation in place for to protect them around the privacy.
I do know that what they have now, they're on the buildings in the main street, and it goes only to the police. That's where it goes. It doesn't go to any other, like Heritage. Nobody else has access to it, and the police can watch it because they quite often, they can watch it while things are happening. So.
Councillor Shoemaker.
Yeah, I'm fully supportive of the officer's recommendation. I think it's absolutely terrible. Some of the staff from the Nanango Parks and Gardens team were showing me some of the photos they'd taken, and they were absolutely devastated in relation to the damage that had been done to the Pioneer Park. They put so much work, so much effort, so much pride in those facilities, and to see youth and a few bored young people make such a mess of them is absolutely terrible. Fully supportive. I think CCTV, I think absolutely, and we go after it, and certainly, if we can, actually convict some of these people for the damage they're creating in the community, the disharmony they're creating in the community. Reading here in the report, and I know certainly saw in the photographs, toilets being set on fire. I'm sure I saw that the other day in Blackbutt at the disability toilet. How absolutely appalling. Sinks ripped from the walls, graffiti on walls internally and externally, rubbish littered throughout our facilities. It's absolutely appalling, and I've seen damage beyond, the effort you would have to go to damage some of our facilities in the way that people have really is mind-boggling. So I think this is a worthy investment, worthy of getting the funding, putting the cameras in, and hopefully deterring some of these behaviours.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Would someone like to move the officer's recommendation? Deputy Mayor Jones, someone to second that? Councillor Erkins. Yep. So Deputy Mayor Jones, did you want to speak to the motion? It's already been said. Any other comments? I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Potter? All those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you all.
Just, Chair, and apologies, I've been out with another meeting, but just so for Councillor's information, totally concur with Councillor Shoemaker's comments about prosecution, and anywhere where we can identify anyone and the police are been great to work with. Everyone that we identify, we put in court and we prosecute. So the problem sometimes we have is being able to identify and catch. But yeah, no, we do. Any opportunity to prosecute, we will.
So thank you, CEO Mark. That's good to know. Mayor Otto.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move a procedural motion that we break for have a short break, have a cup of tea and a trip to the loo, and then return to the meeting.
Would someone second that? Councillor Henson. All those in... Councillor Henson traditionally does that. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. It's the meeting. I'll move that, and Councillor Henson has seconded that. All those in favour? Mayor Otto?
Yep.
Mayor Otto, are you voting? The recommends meeting has been carried in the absence of Councillor Shoemaker, 6 votes to 0. So now we're moving on to Cloyna Hall, item 16.1, Cloyna Hall investigation of floor movement issue. That's on page 209. And I'll hand over to Manager Leanne for feedback.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councillors, yes, we have received the engineer's report. There's quite an extensive report on the investigations that were undertaken to have a look at what is occurring to this building and what's causing the stumps to move and cause the building to be unlevel. So in the report, it just highlights that. I think the most important thing just to make people aware of is that the stumps have actually been adjusted over a number of years, and the stumps have actually got to a point where we're unable to adjust these stumps any further. So what really needs to happen is the stumps need to be replaced. And the actual footing itself needs to be much further into the ground, and this is a very similar situation that you had at Monjaw Hall as well. The soil type, the amount of water, it's a very low-lying area, very flat there, so it's hard for the water to get away in that black soil as well. We have done some minor drainage works out there to try to take low amount of water, rainfall away from the hall, but if we continue to have large amounts of rainfall, and we certainly won't be able to stop the water running in and congregating around the stumps and the hall itself. But the hall can remain operational at this point in time. It's still safe to use by members of the public, but we're looking at 135 millimetres from the high point to the low point in the variation of the floor. So that's why people are experiencing that high and low feel when you walk through the hall. Our recommendation is to replace the stumps at some point, but there's quite a significant investment that would need to occur because the building in this case would actually needed to be lifted and moved off the existing stumps and then moved back onto the new stumps. So yeah, the budget estimate is included in there, so we're probably looking at about a $400,000 investment in the future. Happy to talk this through, or in our team we have some of the building expertise. If any councillors want to have a chat to Tony and Mal and gain further information about it, I'm happy to do that as well. But we present the report today with a recommendation that we look at funding this in a future budget going forward, or a future grant going forward over the next 10 years.
Thank you, Manager Leanne. Yeah, I spoke to Roger Webber, who was the one who initiated the inspection from Cloyna, and he's very involved with the hall, and he agreed just that it's quite okay to use it as is. And when I told him the figure and or suggested that it might be significant, he thought exactly the same, to just put it on the back burner and see, if we can get a grant or something like that, or work towards getting something happening. So, so he was happy with that suggestion. And we've already had a function just recently there, a very successful Corner Hall fundraising function. So it is certainly usable. So I'm happy to move the recommendation. Would someone like to second that?
Yeah, I'll second it, but I do have a question.
Councillor Potter, would you like to have your question now? Thank you.
Yeah, look, I'm just reading on recommendation 7.8 on page 218. The report says that the hall is currently lacking in bracing and natural supports to walls. Upgrades such as additional wall bracing, knee bracing and post mullions and wind beams to tall walls and angled roof braces can be used to provide adequate bracing to the hall. So is this an extra expense, or was that included into the actual costings of this? Was that those extra bracings?
Manager Leanne?
I would suggest that those estimates have been included. They will be triggered with the building code when we do the actual modifications and upgrades to the stump, so the bracing would be included in that. So I would suggest at this time that those estimates are included in the budget there.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions?
Thank you.
So, Councillor Henson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question. You suggested that they shift the hall to re-stump it. And my only question there is, in an experience I've had with our own hall in my district, we had re-stumpers come and they lifted the hall up, and they have equipment that actually drives under the hall that can still do it. The cost to shift the hall 50 metres or 100 over, I would imagine would be quite substantial against being able to work under the hall, which was how our particular hall was done. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, so I would imagine in this case it'll be to do with the size of the footings that need to go down into the ground. Yeah. Whether we felt that the feedback that we got from the engineer at this point was that it would be easier for a provider to just have clear way above their head and bring those large pieces of steel in for the footings. But look, I think we would work through that with the suppliers at the time when we're quoting. If they've got a process where they're happy to lift the hall and the hall doesn't have to be moved, well, we're certainly happy to look at that. But I think these estimates have been pulled together with the engineer, and from his experience, they have found that they would move the hall out of the way because they are putting very large pieces of steel in as the footings. So, look, I think at the point when we go to tender, we look at those options because it may, like you're saying, it might be cheaper and easier just to lift the hall.
So, any further questions, or happy to so it's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Potter. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Moving on to awarding of tender for management of Mergen Jubilee Swimming Pool. The recommendation is that Hallway Co are awarded the tender for the management and operation of Mergen Jubilee Swimming Pool for 3 years. So someone to move that? I'll move that. Someone to second it? Deputy Mayor Jones. So Manager Leanne, did you want to speak to that?
Just quickly, we only received one tender for the Mergen Jubilee Swimming Pool management. The tenderer there is Hall Co. They have been a previous tenderer, a previous successful pool manager, I should say. We've had, over 6 years worth of experience with working with them. Very happy to see them re-tender today. They are local and they have family within the community. The only thing to raise with council is that the tender price requires some additional funds that is not actually budgeted for in our 23-24 budget. You can see there that there's an increase in the actual management fee to manage the pool. And also previously we had in the tendering documents that the pool manager would contribute to 50% of the electricity costs, and that was in there as also a bit of an incentive for the pool manager to try to be energy efficient, turning off lights, turning on pumps, and managing the equipment the best way they could to help us save electricity and themselves. But in this case, this tender, the tenderer has suggested that they would not be willing to pay 50% of the electricity costs. They believe that it's too unpredictable with the increases in electricity going forward into the future, and they weren't in a position to sort of estimate a fair price of where they felt electricity may land in the future. So overall, you can see that there's an increase that we're looking at for Mergen swimming pool in the 23-24 budget. You can also see in the table there of the report, we've also just identified what the increase is there for Blackbutt and Proston as well. They went out for quotation. So overall, council can see we're looking at a $71,000 increase in pool management for next financial year that we will have to look at adjusting in the 23-24 budget.
Thank you. So are there any, Deputy Mayor Jones, did you want to make a comment?
Yeah, I do. In regards to Blackbutt and Proston stayed the same, has it? No, additional budget is 33, is that right? For Proston and 11,000 for Blackbutt, is that right? Am I reading this right?
That's right, that's correct. So you can see in the column there, we had a budget amount of 15,000 for 22-23 financial year, and that was the additional services that we provided over the summer period. But in the 23-24 budget, we actually had zero budgeted for Proston, and Blackbutt, we had a budget of $33,000 in the 22-23. We had an increase, we had our CPI increase and services increase there proposed for the Blackbutt of 23-24 financial year. We thought we'd go up to 41,000, but the new quotation has come in at 52. So you can see there we've got an increase of approximately $11,000 for the Blackbutt pool.
So do any of these other pool managers or any other pools contribute to the electricity costs? Because I understand what they're saying and an unknown, but wouldn't have thought it was that hard. How long ago was it, and was it before the 21% increase in electricity was announced?
Yes, so the answer to your first question is yes, Kingaroy, the Nango and Wando pool managers contribute to the electricity costs. Estimates were provided to the tenderer, but it's a decision of the tenderer. They made a decision not to include a contribution to the electricity costs. It can be seen as a non-conforming tender, but we only have one tenderer that put in for the pool, and we're just looking at ways of making it attractive to get someone to manage Mergen Pool.
So my next question is then, when does Kingaroy, Nanango and Wando come up as far as contracts go? Because Mergen is now sitting above them currently, and no doubt these other three would go up. So when do we have to negotiate Kingaroy, Nanango, Wando?
I'd have to take that on notice, sorry. I just don't have that in front of me. The pool, we award the pool contracts for a 3-year period. It could be that, Kingaroy, it could be next year that Kingaroy's would be due. Wando's, you've just agreed to Wando pool manager last year. So Kingaroy could be up. Kingaroy and the Nango could be up next year. So yes, the pool manager would then renegotiate, or tenderers would be submitted, and council would have to review those tender submissions at that point. You've got to remember that the pool managers have got increases in their insurance costs and the increases that we're seeing on the demands for lifeguarding and making sure that they maintain their supervision plans to reduce their liability and risk. So there's bigger increases in employment costs in these pools to have the lifeguards available.
Can I just go one more time and I'm finished? In regards to the Blackbutt pool, can I ask you as staff member, general manager, whatever, I think we need to really consider asking those managers down there for that money to, they've got to provide more services than what they're doing down there, because they're taking an easy option and saying, oh, Yarraman pool's heated, we'll just come up there, it's a short drive. If we're going to pay them to keep that pool open, I want to see more services or more hour. I don't know what they're doing or how you go about it, but I'll leave that up to you, because that, yeah, it's, anyway, I'll keep a very keen eye on that Blackbutt pool, because it makes it harder and harder every year to try and fight to keep it open, because the pool managers themselves are not doing justification for the money that they're getting. Also, the education department, we've been fighting with them for I don't know how many years with Proston and Blackbutt. They've come to the party a bit, but again, it's an education-owned pool and we're propping it up.
Councillor Erkins. Oh, yeah, I think Councillor Erkins had a light on, and I...
Sorry, yeah. So I'm just not sure what this is. So have they put in 143,000 and then we pay the power?
That is correct.
Another. So what sort of hours and how big a job is that for there compared to the other pools?
Because I haven't spoken and I actually moved the motion, so I'd like to say some things around this. So we tried someone else to manage the Mergen pool and it didn't work out at all. This particular Hallway Co have like they go above and beyond with all of their programs. Unlike what Deputy Mayor Jones is saying in Blackbutt, it's the opposite in Mergen, and also can be somewhat challenging with Mergen because just the demographics of that particular community. There's been issues in the past, so Hallway Co have ticked a lot of boxes with the community in this last period. So I just wanted to say that I think that we don't have a lot of options with Mergen, and that I'd be reluctant to not go with Hallway Co because there's been no other tenders, but they also do certainly go above and beyond. Thank you. So Councillor Erkins, yep.
Are they the ones that did they take over when the others didn't do it? So at the pools, the money that's collected when they come in, who does that go to?
The pool managers retain all gate takings and all kiosk takings.
Like, from my experience, I don't see a lot of pool managers really promoting. So speaking for Nanango have that fabulous heated hydrotherapy pool, and they have caravan clubs with older people go up to the showground. I have never seen anywhere a poster that says we've got a hydrotherapy pool downtown. I never see really anything promoting use of the pool. And I just think, how many businesses actually get given a facility like that, a multi-million-dollar facility given to them, and I'm assuming we pay maintenance and improvements. I just think maybe, we're talking about money, and I know that, may want to look at them very carefully. I'm not frightened to say shut them. You know, they got to be paid for by someone. What percentage? I'd like to see how many people use those pools. Is Mergan Pool heated?
Yes, Mergan Pool is heated.
Is it an indoor pool?
Yeah. Councillors, if I may, I mean, it's probably where Councillor Elkins is going, and they're all questions that have been prosecuted many times across many councils across Queensland, because pools are a net cost to local government. The business in front of council today is the awarding of a tender, and if I could, without being pushy, but given the lateness of the day, we're going to reschedule the workshop this afternoon, because once it'll be after 5 before we finish, so we'll regroup and rethink. But yeah, if we could just probably, Chair, concentrate on the question in front of us. And
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Did you have any more to say?
How wide do we advertise the pools?
Council doesn't advertise the pool. We leave the business plan.
No, sorry, for the tender. For the
tender, sorry. Okay, so for the tender, it's advertised in Pool Leisure Australia. We advertise in there because that's where a lot of the pool managers would go to look at, you know, future contracts across Australia for management of pools. And then we would just go out amongst our neighbouring pools and Shire councils just to let them know that we're tendering. So, yeah, we do try to get it out into the market so other pool managers across Australia can see it advertised in the pool. I think it's called Pool and Leisure profile.
So do we know how that price compares with, I know, I can see how it compares with ours, but from across, you know, what do other places pay for their pools?
We haven't shared that across our neighbouring shires in terms of what sort of retention, what sort of payment that they make to their pool managers. What we have been sharing is more about the legislation requirements to manage the pool and what are other councils doing to meet those requirements around, you know, signage, maintenance, new technology. But we probably haven't really gone down that path of sharing details around pool management contract amounts, but we can certainly do that in the future and talk about, you know, business plans and what are pools being utilised for. I mean, some of the other pool managers, they run lots of other sorts of programs. You know, they've got free lifeguarding courses. They take students to the coast to see the beach for the first time. So other shires are really using their pools to look at some of the other social benefits in their community. And we're starting to sort of tap into that, where we just don't have the resources to sort of go down that path.
I'd be very interested to see, you know, how that compares with other places. I understand the demographics there. I understand that we're not on the coast for people, but I'd still like to see a comparison with some other places.
Could we take that on as a question on notice that you can do some comparisons? Thank you. Councillor Shoemaker.
My only question was, I recognise we're in a tender period and we're awarding a tender, but is there opportunity to negotiate on the price?
Yes, there is opportunity to negotiate. We have done that in the past. We go back and talk to them. The other thing that we have talked about in the past with pool managers is to help reduce the price. We even look at reducing the hours of operation. To try to get within a budget, so we can manage within our budgets. We reduce the hours of service that the pool is open. It is difficult to do across the pools because, as you can imagine, you've got all the schools swimming during the day, and you've got swimming activities during the day, and after hours or after school hours, you've got all the pool managers trying to run as many programs as they can after hours. So, you know, bringing the pool back to running only to 5 o'clock in the afternoon then impacts on the pool. So we also have in the past shortened the pool season so you can actually reduce it. The only issue with that we've run into, if you hit a hot summer and we're closing the pool early. So, if we're closing it in end of February and it's still very hot, the community get quite upset if we're closing the pool early. So we've pushed it through to the start of the April school holidays, the Easter school holidays. And as it is, council gets a fair bit of backlash around that. Why don't we have the pools open for the school holidays? But what we have found typically is that the temperature is just too cold. Families are travelling away for Easter, so we do close the pools early. So yes, happy to go back to the pool manager and try to negotiate on some of those arrangements to see if we can get the price reduced, if that's what council would like us to do.
Personally, I think we should, just based on the fact that, by all means, I think we've got great pool managers. I think by all means, we want to work with them. But the realities are that I think to increase this beyond what we're actually paying other pool managers and lock in for a 3-year period without a conversation, I think is probably a difficult pill to swallow for some of our other pool managers, and particularly when they're not making a contribution to the electricity charges and other pool managers are. By all means, supportive of funding the pool managers and awarding the tender, but I just think based on what we know here and the comparison with other pool management costs and the constant increases and that question about sustainability, I think we should have the conversation with them and demonstrate to them what we're paying these other services, and see if there's an opportunity to meet somewhere in the middle. And because the reality is my worry is if these costs keep increasing, which they seem to be, certainly in the short time I've been around the table, they've increased quite substantially. If they continue to increase, then we start having these conversations about which pool do we need to close or which, and personally I'd hate to see that for our region. So I think if we can challenge and have the conversation, I'm supportive of the motion, but I'd probably like the provision in there that enables the CEO to go, or yourself or whoever, to go and actually negotiate the contract terms and the contract amount is probably my recommendation, Councillor.
So do you want to put some wording around that?
Yeah, is there a specific clause we use? It's like that the council delegate the CEO to negotiate the terms of the contract. CEO to negotiate the terms and the what do I say? Remuneration. Is there a word I should put around that? To negotiate the contract. See how many agendas I've read? You almost got that off the top of my head.
So I move that, and I'm happy to accept that that dot point. Councillor Jones, are you happy to accept that dot point? Okay. So are we ready to go to the vote on this one? Everyone happy? So all those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Yep. So now we move on to question on notice infrastructure, item 17.1 on page 245. So that one is what was the cost of vegetation control on roadside report? The cost of the vegetation control report was $1,980. And the recommendation is that the response to the question raised be received and noted. I'm not sure who raised that question. Was it Mayor Otto? Are you happy with that response? The cost of the vegetation control report. $1,980 on page 17. Item 17.1 on page 245.
Yeah, that was the cost to engage a consultant to prepare the report in relation to the spraying around roadsides and guideposts, following concerns raised by Mr. Ankelman from Baye. I was just wanting to know what we paid the consultant to prepare that report that I think received at the last meeting. Happy with the response. Thanks, staff.
So would you like to move that the response to the question raised be received and noted, Mayor Otto? So Mayor Otto has moved the recommendation. Someone to second that? Deputy Mayor Jones. All those in favour? Against? Oh, Councillor Potter, carried unanimously. Thank you all. Now, we've got the confidential section. The officer's recommendation is that council considers the confidential reports listed below in a meeting closed to the public in accordance with section 254J of the Local Government Regulation 2012 on the items 18.1 Nanango EV charging station. This matter is considered to be confidential under section 254JG of the Local Government Regulation, and the council is satisfied that discussion of this matter is in an open meeting would on balance be contrary to the public interest as it deals with negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving the local government for which a public discussion would be likely to prejudice the interests of the local government. And item number 18.2, Minmore Road, proposed road widening and sealing works. This matter is considered to be confidential under section 254JG of the Local Government Regulation, and the council is satisfied that discussion of this matter in an open meeting would on balance be contrary to the public interest as it deals with negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving the local government for which a public discussion would be likely to prejudice the interests of the local government. Could I have someone move that we go into confidential? Moved by Councillor Shoemaker, seconded by Councillor Henson. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, so we're back out in back out in open meeting. So we've got the recommendation is that council delegates to the CEO to negotiate the provision of an EV charging station in Nanango. Could I have someone to move that? Moved by Councillor Erkins, seconded by
Yep, I will.
Councillor Potter. Any discussion? If not, all those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. And the second one is the committee recommends to council that council delegates to the CEO to facilitate a co-contribution towards sealing works on Minmore Road in conjunction with roadworks to be undertaken by the quarry. Could I have someone to move that? Deputy Mayor Jones, seconded by Councillor Henson. Any discussion? All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. And that brings the meeting to a close. Thank you everyone for participating.
Thank you.